again so that I get two different streams to upload. Hello everybody, lovely to see you. I'm Robert from the El Magnifico Games channel, and today we're going to begin a playthrough of Blueprints. I play all sorts of games on this channel. I play retro games, I play modern games, I play games that require you to think, and I play more actiony games. Currently I also have a playthrough of It Takes Two, as most of you will have just seen, on the go, and I also have a playthrough of Dark Souls 3, hoping to do Demon Souls sometime in the near future after Dark Souls 3's finished. And there was a game Tato recommended. It was one of the old Harry Potter games he wanted to see me play, so I might look into doing that as well sometime in the near future. Just shutting the PlayStation down. Excellent. I think we're ready to get into it. So all I have done regarding Blueprints is make sure the game runs properly. Incidentally, I did run into a slight issue there. I'm running on Linux, and when I tried to go into the settings, the game crashed. So I just changed the Proton version to Proton Experimental, and then it started working. If you don't know what that means, then I could explain it, but it's probably not relevant to you. But I like to document these things in case someone, watching these streams is in a similar position and wonders what you need to do to get it working. Thanks to Pengy for my sub gift. Oh goodness me. I wonder if Pengy's in chat right now, or if that's actually from a while ago, because I seem to remember Pengy gifted you 6 months a while ago, Pikachu, and I think that might still be rolling over from then. Toothless Monster UK, a British stream with a penchant for horrors and tattoos, seems to be on a quest for subscribers, currently at 4 out of 10. Their recent broadcasts suggest a fondness for Call of Duty and WTTG2 with a sprinkling of spooky games. A curious mix indeed. I'm not sure what WTTG is. Oh my goodness, thanks. That was very kind of you, Pikachu. It prompted me to send that message about the sub gift, by the way. I see. I put in tags Scientologist for fun. It's not showing. What was I thinking? Yeah, so the only thing I've done is I've made sure the game's running, and part of that is like clicking on new game and then checking the volumes during the opening cutscene and stuff like that. So I have seen the opening cutscene a few times. I wasn't taking notes when I saw it before, and beyond that I know nothing about the game. I'm going in blind. So let's get into it. When it wants to. Doggy Bomb presents, in association with Raw Fury, a game by Tonda Ross. I, Herbert S. Oh, you'll be able to hear this, won't you? There we go.
Publish and declare this instrument my last will and testament, and hereby revoke all wills and codicils heretofore made by me.
What's a codicil?
I give and bequeath to my grandnephew, Simon P. Jones,
Simon P.
son
Jones.
of my dear niece, Mary Matthew, all of my right, title, and interest in and to the house and land which I own near Mount Holly. The above provision and bequest is contingent on my aforementioned grandnephew discovering the location of the 46th room of my 45-room estate. The location of the room has been kept a secret from all the staff and servants of the manor. But I am confident that any heir worthy of the Sinclair legacy should have no trouble uncovering its whereabouts within a timely manner.
Well, that suggests it's to the left of the Great Hall.
If you fail to uncover this room or provide proof of his discovery to the executors of my will, then this gift shall lapse.
In how much time?
In witness whereof I have hereunto set my hand this 18th day of March, 1993. Herbert S. Sinclair.
So quite a few interesting things already. Blueprints when Pink Princess walks in. I'm not sure I followed that reference, I'm afraid. So this appears to be the courtyard. Nice fountain. Although no, like, central feature to it. Is that us? That's an important question. Rightio. This must be the Great Hall. What was I thinking? So there were a few things I noticed there. I noticed... So they said that the gift shall lapse, but the thing is, what happens then? It would seem to me that... Also, I'm not sure the things you bequeath when you die is technically a gift. In the proper sense of the word. But even ignoring that, what happens if... The will didn't seem to specify what happens in the event that the gift does lapse, as he put it. Presumably, like, if he didn't specify anything, the rules of dying intestate would follow, and then his nearest of kin would inherit it anyway, which may well be Mr. Simon P. Jones, who I assume is who we're playing. Whoever was out the front's missing now. Yeah. So it's not clear to me that anything actually changes if we fail to find this 46th room, assuming that's what we're doing. It's not clear whether that is definitely the character we're playing or not. Oh, no reflection. That's interesting. But if we are playing the grandnephew... Oh, look at the time. What's that? That's 8. Time is moving, and it's moving quite quickly. What's that? Is that about a minute every 5 seconds or so? That's quite quick. What else was I thinking? I wonder if time advancing is going to be an important mechanic in this game. Nice mansion. Quite late, 1993. I also noticed that our mother was described as Mary Matthews, not Mary Jones, which is interesting. Does that mean that we were born and then our father died and she remarried, or she divorced or something? That's interesting that we would have a different surname to our mother. I can't really place this building architecturally. I mean, if I came across this in real life, I wouldn't really be able to hazard a guess when it was built, because it doesn't look like any style I know of. I suppose I'd probably conclude that it must have been built and expanded upon over a long period of time. Like, I mean, those cinder blocks there, they do look quite modern, don't they? It depends. I mean, if they were like blocks of granite or something, they could be much older, but I don't know. The overall design of this place looks haphazard, but also, frankly, probably quite modern. Like, look at those bricks, for example. That looks very modern, but the thing on top actually looks less modern, which is weird. Yeah, I don't think this was... if I'm to assume this is a historic building at all, I don't think this was all built at one time, and none of it looks really old. None of it looks Georgian or older at face value. Lots of expansions. I noticed there appeared to be power cables coming in at the top there. I'm not sure what that other cable is going off. I'm not sure what that's doing. But yeah, there's a area up here. I'm not sure what you'd call that. It's like a little platform on top of the centre of a roof. But that seems to be where the power's coming in. I'm surprised in a way, because if this is providing power to the entire building, then you'd think that would be very high voltage, and you'd think there would be more protection against someone walking up there and getting electrocuted. Unless that's phone lines and not power. But they must have electricity, or else how else would the phone function? I don't know. Could you have a phone that is powered entirely off of the telephone line itself? Because clearly there is power there. You've already lost a step. I've lost a step? I don't know what you mean. Can I open this? I cannot open this. I don't know if I'll ever be able to open that. I wonder if you're hinting that I'm on a timer. And, if I don't get things done quickly enough, then I'll lose out on certain, on being able to do certain things. And if so, I wonder if starting a new day resets it or not. No timer. Oh, okay. I wonder what you mean by I've already lost a step. That looks like it could be some sort of abandoned mine. I would predict that's quite old. Actually, why would you have a mine so close to a house? You wouldn't. They never used to do that. I mean, back in the days when they were opening up mines and so on, it was always considered very vulgar to have your property built next to where you did business. This actually goes back to the fact that traditionally the wealthy people, the nobility especially, would have been making money off of land, not out of business, not out of industry. And so they, of course, they would never have had any sort of business near their property to begin with. But then when you had these new money types coming up, the people that were rising through the social echelons just for having lots of wealth, they obviously wanted to emulate the existing people who were very wealthy, and so it became the thing that you always build your house in a position where it can't see the whatever site it is where you make your money. If you're a factory owner, then your house has to be built somewhere where you can't see the factories. If you're a mine owner, then it has to be built somewhere where you can't see the mine. This isn't going to be a mine now I think about it. This is far more... Oh, I can see tracks. Ah, okay. I was going to suggest this could be some sort of folly. It could be like a feature of the garden, like a little cave or something that they built as like a grotto, which then became unsafe, so they boarded it up. But no, I see there's tracks now. So perhaps this is for deliveries? Interesting. That looks a bit like a compass. Oh my goodness. That is a very, very steep cliff. It's a mountain range over there. Where in the world do you think we are? I was saying before that I couldn't place that historically, but to be honest, the building, the architecture I mean, but to be honest, I think there was a sort of, without having really thought about it, I think I was thinking predominantly in terms of British architecture. I mean, I don't actually know what part of the world I'm in. Birdbath? Okay. Another tunnel of some description. We'll go through there shortly. That might be a back entrance into the mansion. Which I'm all about exploring, but I want to finish exploring the grounds first. Is there a run button? Don't mind. If you don't mind, where are you from? I wish I have that clear English. I like it. I'm from England. I'm British and I'm from England. I also was going to ask if this is the max walking speed. Ah, there is a run button. Fantastic. Another bird bath. At least what I assume is a bird bath. That's interesting. More cables coming in, but from the other side. You wouldn't normally have expected there to be cables on both sides, would you? That must be phone lines and telegraph and stuff. Like, they wouldn't have had it that close to the ground if that was power, because people would get electrocuted. That makes me think even more that that is power coming in then. Interesting. Although, why would they have so many lines if that's telephone? Like, why would this estate need so many telephone lines? Is that not a bit odd? Oh, a mysterious door. This is starting to give me Mist vibes. Private drive. Interesting. L3. Seems to be L2 to run. Yeah, L2. I don't know on PC. I'm guessing he swapped to PC. I am running PC right now, but I've got my controller out. Did you break up the video, by the way? I did, but thank you for saying that. I know I already did it, but I cannot tell you how distressing it would be if I hadn't. So I do appreciate your looking out for me like that. The blueprints needs his internet and telephone lines. This is 1993. There is no... in 1993, I'd have to check my dates. I think in 1993, the internet just barely existed. You know, that would have been back in the days when it was mostly just a way for universities to share resources. This would be before people, private people, like just normal citizens would have had access to internet. I think even in America, you could dial up. Interesting. Someone's camping here then. Possibly us. It's hard to be sure. I'm surprised you find my English so clear. Although I appreciate the compliment. The campsite. Due to the rules set forth in your great uncle's will. Okay, that confirms who we are. Okay, technically it doesn't confirm that we're Simon P. Jones. We could be a different great nephew. But, I mean, this is very strong evidence that that is who we're playing. Due to the rules set forth in your great uncle's will, you are not allowed to stay in the estate overnight. Luckily, however, your scouting skills have been put to good use to fabricate a very respectable off-site sleeping quarters. Okay. Scouting skills. That's interesting. So I'm assuming that means we were in the scouts as in the organisation. Yeah, that doesn't mean like being a military scout, although the two aren't completely unconnected. You may call it a day at any time from the blueprint menu. This can be accessed after picking up the blueprint in the entrance hall. I see. Interesting. See, there's that play on words, blueprint and blueprints. When I first heard someone talking about playing blueprints, I think it may have even been Pikachu. I believe I heard them speak it before I saw it written down, and I assumed they meant. I didn't notice the play on words. I thought they were talking about a game which was called Blueprints, as in plans you would use to build something. Only later did I realise. Combination lock. That's interesting. I wonder what's in here. A shed, apparently. Alright, I should write that down. That's one thing I should definitely have. Near camp, a list of things that I know exist but don't yet have access to. Right, near campsite. Combination lock. Noted. I don't know why I can't just hop over the fence. It's a very good point, especially with this like tree trunk here. I feel like you could do it very easily. But I guess we're too respectful for the rules. Ooh, apples. So this is a very small orchard, I think. Interesting. Okay. Okay. So that's off the private drive, obviously. What's this? Another thing I should probably do is start building a map. I get the feeling having an idea of how everything is put together is probably going to be very useful. So let's start with the campsite. This is going to be a topological map as opposed to a geographically accurate map. It's not so important that I get everything like exactly correct. It is more about making sure I know what is connected to what other areas. So private drive. Okay. So I think we've learned quite a lot already. The grounds proper. Noted. Time is still advancing. It would actually be quite nice to know exactly what the speed at which time advancing actually is. I assume it was a coincidence that it was exactly at 10 o'clock when we got back here. I'm waiting for it to approximately reach 5, and then I'm going to make a note of the time. As at 5 minutes past, I mean. That's about now. Right, I know roughly what the time is. And let's see what the time is when it reaches 2. So that was about 7 seconds past the hour on the clock that's... Sorry, past the minute on the clock I was just looking at. Nearly there. That's about it, isn't it? That's approximately 30 seconds. So we're getting about 5 minutes every 30 seconds. 5 minutes every 30 seconds. Which is going to be a 10-fold speed up in time. Approximately. I mean, I could easily be out by a little. Like, maybe it's a 12-fold speed up, not a 10. But that's approximately what we're looking at. Okay. So, supposing I wasn't... When's sunset going to be? About 6 o'clock? And when are we going to get up? Let's say we have 12 hours per day that we can actually do stuff in when it's light, approximately. That's going to be... let's see, if 5 minutes is 30 seconds, 12 times that is going to be an hour. So 12 times 30 seconds is going to be 6 minutes. And I'm saying I maybe get 12 times that again per day. As in 12 hours in a day. That would mean... I've got about 72 minutes, I would guess, to explore the game area until the game forces me to reset. That would be from the very start of the day until the very end of the day, so it would be less now. Have you played any Metal Gear games? I have played Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance. That is the only Metal Gear game I have played. Lots of boxes here. Ooh, that looks like a torch holder. Oh no, that is for holding a torch, isn't? No, it's a sconce. That's what it is. It's shaped like a torch. It's a sconce. There's 2 sconces here, and too many wooden boxes for me to get through. That's interesting. I'm going to add to that. I don't know for certain that this is somewhere we can travel through. But I think it likely. Okay. Boxed off entrance by the grounds. That was also my first one. Pretty cool game. It was. I worked very hard at that one, and managed to get the Divine Wind achievement in the end, which is finishing the game on the highest difficulty without dying once. In under 2 hours, I think it was. Now, bear in mind, I was using some of the pretty OP items you get access to, like the one that means that you have infinite... what was it called? It's not Devil Mode. I've forgotten what it was called in that game. But still, yeah. I mentioned that not so much to brag about the achievement as to just point out that I played a lot of that game on stream. For quite a long time I was just streaming that game over and over and over again until I got it. Was it Ripper Mode or something? That was it. Yeah, there was an item you could get that gave you infinite Ripper Mode. Okay, I think we're finally ready to go through the front door. Interesting vegetation. These are ornamental bushes, aren't they? But that looks a bit too tall. That must be a tree. Anywho, let's go in there, shall we? Entrance hall. Rank 1. What does that mean? Entrance hall. Rank 1. Okay. Again, all sorts of things reflecting off the floor, which is beautiful, by the way. I love the fact they've done the graphics this way. You can just imagine this beautifully polished marble flooring, and yet we are not reflecting. Looks like a letter, so that must be the blueprints we were told about. Exhausting. Okay. You must have blueprints to draft. You must have blueprints to draft. To draft what exactly? Another clock. Is that actually... Does that have the same time as outside? Yes. Okay, they're synchronized then. That's good. Very impressive bust. Different people. So these may have been former owners of this property, I would guess. Why the Queen of Diamonds? I'm writing that down. I don't know what the significance of that is, but that doesn't feel like an accident that that's there. Queen of Diamonds painting. Interesting. I love how you write down everything. Oh, that's the Ace of Spades. Hang on, maybe I need a separate page for this. This is starting to feel like not just a individual oddity, but a pattern. So, Queen of Diamonds, Ace of Spades. After a while, I ended up writing down a lot of stuff as well. That's just a village. It can be difficult to know what to write down and what not to write down. Like, this could be super relevant to a puzzle later, or it might simply not be. It might just be set dressing. For the time being, I'm going to assume that those two paintings probably are relevant and that one isn't, but I could be wrong. Searching the estate can be exhausting. Each time you enter a room, you will lose 1 step. When you no longer have any steps left, you will be too tired to continue searching the manor and must call it a day. How do I know how many steps I have left? Does it tell me here? Ooh, what's this? Oh, is this a map? Maybe I don't have to make my own map then? No, because this isn't in order. Okay. Or is that what I'm being asked to do? Am I being asked to order these as they are geographically? I wonder. Open only in the event of my death. It would help if it said, if it said who this letter was from before we open it, but still, I assume that's going to be our great uncle. Oh, I have 40 steps left. I see it in the top. Interesting. Other things I noticed, there's a naval stamp. I don't know if that actually is just a fancy stamp that they happen to put the, you know, that they just decided to put a naval design on, or if that actually denotes some sort of relationship to the Navy. Like if the Navy had its own postal service and that's what it's denoting. I don't know. Oh yeah, another thing that was interesting was that we don't know who was talking at the beginning of the game in the opening video, because you'd assume it wasn't our great uncle since he was dead at the point at which his will was being read. So maybe that's his solicitor? Top corner, that's what I was referring to earlier when I said you lost 1 step already. I see. Simon, welcome to Mount Holly. You may not remember, but I have fond memories of your many visits here as a young boy, and I hope these rooms provide you with as much amusement as it did in those lost summer days. Oh, that's a very, very nice sentiment, isn't it? Those lost summer days. By the time you read this, I will assume you are fully aware of my last wishes and all the details of the bequest. Please do not mistake my intentions in giving this challenge as a lack of confidence. I assure you, nothing could have been further from my mind when I chose you as my heir. So, if I am your heir, why have you put a challenge before me whatsoever? What's the point? With that said, there are a few ground rules of this commission covered in the fine print of my will that I feel I should bring to your attention. No tools or items may be brought onto the estate from the outside. Okay, well, that raises the question of what is a tool or item. I mean, I saw camping equipment out there, and that was certainly on the estate grounds, but okay. Tools and items found on the estate may not be taken off the estate. Okay. You may not stay overnight. Okay. It seems to me that you're actually using estate here to denote the building, which isn't what estate means. I don't suspect that any of these stipulations should prove an impediment for someone as resourceful as yourself, but it is very important to me that you start fresh each morning and not rely on the successes of the previous day. Is the mansion going to reset itself? One final word of advice. Do not assume the rooms you find today will be the same as you find tomorrow. These grounds have provided me a home for the last half century, and even I am uncertain of which room lies beyond any particular door. Okay, that is unusual. I suppose the little hodgepodge I saw from the outside of different architectures is also very much what we're going to see on the inside, and fluctuating. Your grandmother used to say, "Don't go where the path leads. Abandon the path and go where you want it to lead." So was that your sister? I wonder what that even means. What does it mean to say, "Don't go where the path leads, abandon the path and go where you want it to lead"? How would I know where the path leads until I followed it in the first place? Like, how would I know that the path is going in the wrong direction so that I would know I need to abandon it? With all my love and wishes, best of luck, Herbert S. Sinclair. Okay. Here's the eponymous blueprints. You found the Mount Holly blueprint. This will serve as a useful map and inventory log during your adventures. You may access the blueprint menu by pressing RT. Okay. Can I move things around? No. Okay. Alrighty then. I wonder if the first day is somewhat pre-scripted and everyone gets the same configuration, or if it really truly is random. Alright. Select a room to draft. Bedroom, closet, hallway. Whenever you enter this room, gain 2 steps. That's an interesting mechanic. 2 items will be found in the closet. Well, we're not short of steps yet, so let's make it a closet. So I get to choose what's behind each door to an extent. I mean, I'd have thought this is more of a cloakroom than a closet, given that it's coming off the main hall, but okay. What have I found? A diamond. A purse. Each time you collect 3 coins, earn an additional 1 in interest. Why would I need money? Especially if I can't take it out of here. Did you read the exhaustion paper? Yes, apparently if I run out of steps, then I have to call it a day. So, oh, I lost another step. Is it when I cross a threshold? Yes. Okay. Okay. Noted. If I go this way, spare room, guest bedroom, plus 10 steps, storeroom. Storeroom. I can tell there's going to be some strategy here in knowing what to place. A coin. A key to something. I don't know what. Presumably I lose all that once I leave the... once I leave the front door. Rolled up carpet by the looks of it. A painting of a safety pin that's open. It's very difficult at this point for me to know... Oh, a chess piece? It's very difficult for me to know what information here is actually really important and what information here is superfluous. Like, I could make a note of the painting here, but I don't know if there's any point. I don't know where I don't know if I can come back here in the future, and if I do, whether it'll be the same or not. Maybe there's a set order in which I need to maybe to get to the 46th room, there's just a set order in which I need to go through the rooms, if that makes sense. You know, with bedrooms at certain intervals and so on. And a lot of this is about my discovering what that order is. Pantry, den, spare room. Den, I suppose? I think the first day, and possibly a few more days, is just going to be me getting used to this mechanic. And, maybe there's like an NPC that can open a door to another area later on, and we need to collect money for that purpose, and to have enough money we need the purse already in our possession. Ooh, another clock. I'm going to assume that clock is accurate. Yeah, it's the same as that one. Okay. More clocks. Why do we need so many clocks in the same room? There's no crouch, is there? I'm wondering if fire hurts. I gotta go. Take a little nap before stream. Have a good stream, bye. A nap sounds good. Thank you for dropping by, Toothless. I hope you have a Oh, is that a wedding portrait? I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. Hope you have a restful nap. And I suppose the same to you, Pikachu. Nook, bedroom, utility closet. Okay, this will be interesting. The Nook, if I understand correctly, would have a door opening in the direction of the closet that we've already opened, which will tell us whether we have Euclidean geometry or not. We do have Euclidean geometry. Okay, I need to be careful about that then. Right. Note and journal note. A journey noteworthy. As you continue on your adventures, you may want to consider getting something to scribble down your notes and observations. A pad, scrap of paper, or perhaps most fittingly, a journal will prove to be an invaluable tool you will not regret having beside you on your journey. I absolutely agree. The only problem I foresee is I still don't know what information is relevant. I mean, I'm clearly not going to, like, for example, sketch down the entire layout of this room and everything I can see. I need to be able to filter out what is and is not relevant information, and I don't yet have enough experience with the game to know what is and is not relevant. I note that although that key looked very different to the key we picked up before, it just incremented a counter, though, in the top right, which suggests that all keys are the same. This, I would suggest, supports my theory that there's a strategy element to this game, that it's about that getting to the 46th room is mostly about learning the way placement of rooms works and essentially getting good enough at that system that you can just keep on going. I'll stay for the first day, but I'll nap. I'll nap too soon. Have a nice rest, Toothless. With fan on me, raining outside, best. Thank you, Pikachu. You'll understand what you need later on. Guest room. I want those steps. Oh, but that's going to be a dead end. Well, that'll be interesting. What happens if I reach a dead end? Is that just it for the day? Seems like it. Sinclair, just wanted to write you a quick note. Thank you for the weekend. I had a thrilling time on the hunt with Lord Everson, whose peculiar personality somewhat made up for your own absence. I also got to appreciate your new game in the billiard room. It's been ages since I've seen the billiard room in the house. I was beginning to suspect you retired the floor plan. It was well worth the wait, though, as I always enjoy your mathematical puzzles and appreciate that I didn't need to know the rules of darts to play your variation. Hoping your health improves shortly. Someone or other. KL, is that? Still, interesting information. Mathematical darts game. Lord Everson. And this KL. You need to be careful of your pacing in the game and don't go in and out of doors haphazardly. I think I'm done for this day, unfortunately. I don't think I can progress. I can't close a door, can I? No. Since I don't think there's a direction with a door free anymore. Yeah. That's the end of day one, I think. Which is fine. Like, that was worth testing. I don't have a set number of days, do I? Oh, hang on. I could end the day from the blueprints menu, couldn't I? Hang on. What did that do? Rarity commonplace. Type bedroom dead end. Drafted 1 time. Okay. Okay, so I'm actually traversing according to this grid. I see. That makes sense. So presumably, if I was at one of the extremities, I wouldn't be allowed to build a room off, further off than that. Like, for example, if that wasn't a closet, if that was a hallway or something, and I had another hallway there, I couldn't then build yet another door further to the left. So getting to the antechamber would seem like a good thing to try. You need to be careful. Oh, it's behind your avatar. What's behind my avatar? Sorry. Quite an ominous thing to say. Call it a day. Tomorrow you will awake to find the rooms of the estate, as well as your current inventory, will have been reset. Call it. There we go. That was the first day then. So not... I may not have achieved any of our objectives, but I feel like I gained quite a lot of useful information about the rules of the game. Save and continue. Day 2. Alrighty then. So we know what we're doing. I should be writing these down. And the reason I should be writing these down is so that I can do a tally of how often I see these, in order to work out which rooms are more rare and which are more common. I think the game also gives me an indicator of that once I've placed a room, but... slightly... unfortunately, I think they're all dead end. Oh no, Nook isn't a dead end. That's fine. We've got plenty of other directions we could go in. It's not the end of the world. HSS? That's going to be Herbert S. Sinclair. Very interesting portraits. So that's a portrait of a crowbar, and that's a portrait of some hands holding a chain. And the first bit looks almost like a 4. I don't know what the second bit would be if it were to be interpreted as a number. But from a distance, that looked like a 4. Okay. Okay. Right, let me check room directory. So the closet and the storeroom have both been placed once. Closet, storeroom. I'm wondering if to get to room 46 I have to go through every other room in one day, and if that's the real challenge here. Nook and Den have both been placed once. Shops. Right. Oh, what makes a red room special? Rarity standard. A room one might go to great lengths to avoid, showing guests despite them always probing for its location. Isn't that curious? It makes a big deal about it being red. Why? Just wondering if there's anything to interact with here that I've missed. I noticed the mirror's not very shiny. I think we've done everything there. Alright. Next door, I suppose. Chapel. Whenever you enter chapel, lose 1 gold. Pantry, corridor. Corridor is always left unlocked. What does that mean? Right, am I not allowed to enter here because I have no money? No, I can. Wow. The artwork's very nice, isn't it? We can see what looks like the sky through here, so there's no second floor above here. I was wondering if there's a second floor to this mansion or not. Because from the outside it looks like there is, but the inside, as we know, doesn't exactly follow the usual rules of the physical world that we used to. Spare room, parlour, hallway. Let's go over hallway. Chess piece, giant bishop. Interesting. Hallway, more interesting paintings. Can't go that way, which is fine. We've seen that painting before. Hallway rank 2. What does hallway rank 2 mean? Curious, isn't it? Doors in the west wing are more likely to be locked. I'm writing that down. What does that mean? Doors in the west wing are more likely to be locked. Doors in the west wing are more likely to be locked. Is this adding additional rules? So when I'm placing rooms on the grid, is what this warning me about that if I put it on this side, on the left hand side, I'm more likely to encounter locked doors? I wonder. Utility closet, that's no good. Pantry, corridor. Corridor is always left unlocked. We'll go with a corridor. Okay. Corridor. Actually, I've got that room directory, don't I? And it already had an entry for the, oh, there's green rooms as well as red rooms. It already had an entry for the antechamber, didn't it? Why don't I see what that says? From its root meaning, the room before, all signs and paths point toward the antechamber. This mysterious sealed room, resting on the 9th rank. Oh, that's what it's talking about, ranks. It's geometric. It's telling me where I am in the grid. May prove, however, quite an initial challenge to even reach, let alone enter. Still, you can't help but draw a connection between this chamber and room 46. Right, okay. So I wonder if in some way the rank in which a room is placed will determine its contents. And perhaps the probability of encountering locked doors, that type of thing. Hold on, let me look at that one last time. Type objective. Well, it makes it clear that getting there is a priority. Parlour. Guest room. Oh, once you... What was that? Once you've drawn floor plans, you must select one to draft. Okay. Well, I don't want a guest bedroom, because then I can't... We'll make it a bedroom. I was going to say it's a dead end. I've forgotten whether I can go to the side one more or not. Looks like I can. Greetings from Reddington. That must be the nearby village, because I remember them saying this is Mount Holly Reddington. Interesting. Nice little pencil sketch, isn't it? Don't know who that is. Don't know if that'll ever be relevant, but it's notable. So keys presumably let us open locked doors. One thing I don't like is how far in I've managed to get so far, but also the fact that I'm going to be very vulnerable now to dead ends if I don't have other paths that branch off. If I hit a dead end, for example, if I try to make that room there and my only choices were dead ends, I'd have to go all the way back to the chapel to try again. Which would be a long way. Interesting painting. Just of some sort of... What even is that? I thought that was like a... like a garden table at first, but I don't think it is. I'm not sure what that is. Interesting. A mannequin with a nice coat on. I think that's a man's coat. No, that is a woman's coat. Hold on. Yeah, that's a woman's coat, isn't it? Because of the way it's buttons. Because the buttoning... It buttons up on the left-hand side, not the right-hand side. I think that's right. Because the flap that goes over the top would be on the right-hand side if it was for a man, or a left-hand side for the woman, I think. So that's a woman's coat. I mean, when I was first looking at the silhouette, I thought that was probably a woman's coat, but I was just trying to check with the buttons. I think I haven't made a mistake there. Looks like a cot. Oh, I see. How goes the nap, Pikachu? Is it a cot? My concern is I don't think that's going to do a very good job of keeping baby inside of it. Or is that a different type of cot? Not a cot for a baby. Ooh, there must be like fragrant oil in there and they're using those sticks to diffuse it about the room. Right, den. I think we want a den. That's going to be... the nook would cause us to have to go backwards, which we don't want. The guest room's a dead end, so it's got to be the den. No, it's a different type of cot. Is that the sort of cot that you would have for... in like a makeshift hospital or something like that? You know, if you had to like set up a hospital in a remote area, you might have a load of those with you. Like a small foldable portable bed for an adult. Right, I see. Bedroom. And this is the den again, isn't it? We could take it camping. This hasn't helped our position very much, because I've still... if this ends up only giving me dead-end choices, I'm still stuck. I'll tell you what, the rank might not just determine the content of the rooms. There's the Queen of Diamonds again. It might also determine which rooms I'm being offered. Each rank could have a different probability of certain rooms showing up. West Wing Hall, that's what we want. And I bet I'm only being offered the West Wing Hall because we're on the west side. Gem requirement. But I could get into the garage now if I wanted. It's just a pity that I really need the West Wing Hall. The West Wing Hall's a big deal because not only will it allow me to keep moving towards the antechamber, but it also gives me a side path, so I'm less likely to get stuck. The spare room wouldn't give me a side path. Okay, West Wing Hall. You call baby cribs cots? We do. Or is it the same as a bassinet? I'll be honest, off the top of my head, I don't recall what a bassinet is. Let me look that up quickly. Ah! Oh. Bassinet. I recognise the word, but I can't place what it means. It sounds like a diminutive form of bass. Bassinet. A newborn baby's bed, traditionally woven with reeds or straw. Oh, I see. No, it would be... Did you fall down? No, only my notes fell down. No, it would be what you called a crib. I'm pretty sure. Right. Do you think the west wing... because I notice I can actually see out the building now, which you've not been able to do. That would only presumably be possible if I was right up against the side, as it were. Like, if I'd built the west wing hall here, which may not be allowed... then it wouldn't be able to have windows on that side. On the left-hand side. So I wonder if the West Wing Hall can only be built on the far the far western side, not even in the next, not even the one that's not even in the column that's between the middle and the west, the far west. Interesting. That looks like a flask for what's it called? For chemistry. I'm trying to think of the proper word of that, but I can. Some of the wallpaper's missing. That's interesting. Is that artistic design? I think it is. I don't think that's damage. It's interesting, though. It's locked! Oh, woe is me. This is also locked. Right. So this is where it starts getting hard. I now have to go back. My best bet is to hope that I can spawn a room here that has keys in. 2 items. Doesn't say whether there'll be keys. You may draw new floor plans while drafting in this room. I don't know what that means. Let's find out. Drawing room. Right, I can't go that way. I wonder if that's Herbert S. Sinclair. Do we know if Herbert S. Sinclair has a title? I'm not sure we do. Such beautiful drawings, though. Very, very nice. Oh, wouldn't you love to live in a house like this? This looks so lovely. Telephone. Does it work? A very old-fashioned telephone for 1993. It's got a rotary dial. Drawing floor plans. Each time you click on a door, you will draw 3 floor plans from which you must select one to draft. However, there are some items and rooms that will allow you to redraw if you do not like your initial 3 options. Okay. But mechanically, how do I do that? Like, I comprehend what you're saying. Alright, what happens if I try and build a room from here? Oh, I can redraw from here. I could get 1 key from the Nook. Fine, let's do that. I wonder if there's a cost to redrawing. Like, is there a reason I, Is there a reason that I wouldn't want to do it? Because otherwise, couldn't I just redraw over and over and over again until I get what I wanted? Off to nap now, but I'm sure you'll fill me in on what you've discovered once I return. Yep, have a wonderful nap, Pikachu. I can only imagine you're feeling exhausted right now. Yes, use a key, please. Observatory. +1 something. Stars for each time you've drafted observatory. Okay. Spare room. Parlour. We probably want to... So there's actually some interesting choices here. I'm most intrigued... Oh, I don't have the gem requirement for the observatory, so there's no point. I am really intrigued, though, because it looks like the observatory might have stairs, which might allow me to get up higher. That would be very interesting. But okay. Let us assume that that is not a... I've stopped... I should have been keeping up with the little tally I was making of the different rooms, but I must confess I have stopped. What was I thinking? The observatory intrigues me, but it's not a good choice right now. The spare room would let me just move straight on, which would seem a good choice. But the parlour would let me to move back towards the centre, which would reduce the likelihood of encountering locked doors. So I think we want the parlour. Even though it's going to lead to a longer path. Please don't be locked. It's not locked. Good. Items for sale. Well, the only reason I want the commissary is for the door it has. That'll let me start moving towards the antechamber some more. But I don't have the gem requirement. Right. Then I am in trouble. Storeroom then. Which is a shame, but it's just the way it is. Wind-up key, a component for the parlour game. Of the parlour game. You haven't seen the parlour yet. This box contains gems. Okay. The other 2 boxes contain gems. All 3 boxes contain gems. What? Well, I think I've used my the single use wind-up key. Have a lovely luck, Pikachu. So I don't think I get to choose again, but still. Right, but if I go in here, I can at least pick up some useful items. Like a key. Some more gems. Alright, time to backtrack. Which is a shame, costing us valuable steps. But I can at least travel in this direction now. Kitchen. We don't want that. Spare room wouldn't be too bad. Or rumpus room. Let's not use up our gems if we don't need to. Let's go with the spare room. Great. So if I go back to the blueprints menu, you'll probably see what I'm doing here. I need to... If this room had a door facing upwards, we wouldn't be able to use it because it would be bumping into the storeroom. So I have to go past the storeroom anyway. So that's why that's why I had no concerns about building a room here that's just a straight through room. Closet is no good. Courtyard or nursery. It's got to be courtyard because that's the only one that will let us keep going. Very nice. Okay. Interesting. There's damage here. I wonder how that happened. Bunch of dirt on the ground for some reason. Next to those potted plants. Right, let's keep going. Locked! Ah. Alright, am I thoroughly snookered? No, because I can go this way and I may be able to get a key. Locked. Alright. I may be stuck. I think I am. I'd have to go all the way back to the chapel. Oh well. I suspect I won't have enough steps left to do this now. But I see no alternative. So we may as well try, and if we have to call it a day, we have to call it a day. Oh, that was expensive. Passageway, boudoir, breaker box, interesting. Fine, passageway. Goodbye, gems. Lose half your steps, how about no? Pantry, Archives. While drafting, you will no longer be able to see all 3 of your potential floor plans. And I have to pick one. I'll go with the pantry. Yeah, that's not actually too bad. Bridget, please pick up some more fruit before Friday, as we have just been informed that we may have an extra guest exploring the house next week. 50 steps should be more than enough, so I think an even spread would be ideal. 5 apples, 5 bananas, 5 oranges. The enclosed amount should cover expenses, but please bring back any change from the order and leave it in the pantry. Okay. I'm gonna write that down. Right, Bridget. Right, 4 coins, covers, 5 apples, 5 bananas, 5 oranges, 4 coins plus 50 steps. Leave change in pantry. Bridget from Guilty Gear. I'm not familiar, I don't think. Where were we? So that's an interesting note. That strikes me as possibly in an objective I should attempt. Plus 2 steps. That's very nice. Okay, let's keep going. That looks like a coffee grinder. Be more convenient if the mechanism for the grinding were on the side, though. Commissary? Let's go with the commissary. Oh, I can. I don't have the gem requirement. That's annoying. I'll take the guest bedroom for the extra steps then. Bit of a shame, but that's the way it is. We've read this, haven't we? And I got a key. Good. Right, that forces me to make a choice. Do I go back to the passageway and try and build another way through, or do I take the long way round back to the courtyard? I only have 1 key is the problem. There's no disadvantage to me checking what rooms I could build from here. So I may as well do that. I'll make the closet and grab 2 items, I guess. Ivory dye. While drafting, may use ivory dye to roll new floor plans. Presumably that's a 1-use item? Okay. Right. This is going to cost me a lot in terms of steps, but if I'm lucky, this may make the difference between being able to progress and not being able to progress. Yeah, I do just have to go around the long way, don't I? Like this. Okay. Could be a lot worse. We'll use the key and hope for the best. Security. View inventory of all items currently in the house. That's interesting. Dark room. You cannot see the floor plans while drafting in this room. Bunk room. This room counts as 2 bedrooms. Does that just mean more steps? It's got to be security because of the direction of the exits. So we'll go with that. Okay. Ooh, we get to see ourselves for the second time, I guess. First time from the front. So is that Simon P. Jones, I think his name was. Was that his name? I may have misremembered. It is Simon P. Jones. The game's acting like this is a major discovery. I don't know why. Are these all rooms we've been to already? No, we've definitely not been to that room. Hang on. I've just realised something. That I'm going to check in a moment. How big is the grid? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 times 5 is going to be 45. So the 46th room. So to explore everything, presumably I'd have to completely fill the grid entirely. To explore everything in one day, I'd have to completely fill the grid. So this could not be completed right now, because for example, we could never have a room there with the way I've placed the rooms. And furthermore, that would mean the 46th room would have to be up of the antechamber. The security door is locked by electronic keycard. Oh, great. Utility, boudoir, furnace. You're more likely to draw red rooms while drafting. Maybe if I turn the breaker box off, I can get through that room, because the lock will be disabled. Blue memos equals true, red memos equals lies. That is very interesting. Okay, let me write that down. Blue memos equals true, red memos equals lies. I noticed they didn't go with false. Looks like there's something written underneath that as well, unless written something. Unless written what is that? Unless written something hand? I can't make out what the next bit, the last two words are, unless written something or other. Well, noted, anyway. Anything else in here worth... Until further notice, the antechamber has been unlocked and access levers are no longer required to grant entry. Keycard access security doors are more likely to appear in the higher ranks of the estate. Likewise, as a redundant security measure, normal doors in the estate will also be more likely to be locked as you progress north. Okay. Antechamber access levers no longer required. Keycard access security doors more common in North as are normal locked doors. Noted. So it hasn't escaped my attention that that red one is probably false. Not true. Staff notice, effective the first week of December, payroll for all live-out and seasonal staff will be managed electronically. As your attendance will no longer be registered at morning roll call, it is doubly important that you do not fail to clock in and out at one of the electronic computer terminals on the estate. Two of these terminals can be found at security, where the punch clock used to be, and in the laboratory. Any questions or concerns regarding this process should be directed, as always, to our house management, Mrs. Babbage. Terminal password crossed out. Okay, terminal password begins with S by the looks of it. I do wonder if it's just Sinclair, but I can't be sure. Terminals at security plus laboratory, and I think that's it, isn't it? I don't know if it's past the December that notice refers to, because there's no date on it. Interesting. That looks like some sort of cart hauling coal, and that seems to be suggesting profits of some description. Interesting. Welcome to Mount Holly Security. Press enter. View estate inventory. The following is a detailed list of items currently in the house that have yet to be collected. The list will be updated as new rooms are added. 0 fruit, 0 gems, 0 keys, 0 coins, 1 sledgehammer. Interesting. Keycard system. Security doors are doors within the estate that can only be unlocked with an electronic keycard. The keycard system is currently operational. Keycard security settings. Security level medium, offline mode locked. Change offline mode. This mode determines the default settings the security doors will be set to if power is lost, during a blackout for example. As a general safety rule, offline mode should be set to unlocked if any staff are working on the estate. Confirm setting. Security level. The security level determines the amount of keycard security doors that will be deployed in your estate. E.g., you should expect to see 1 or 2 security doors with a low setting, and 5 or 6 with a high. Low. Wonderful. This seems like an important room to try to get access to early, although there may be a minimum rank requirement. Right. Log into network. Can I type? Oops. Sinclair. Incorrect password. Well, it was my best guess. Hold on, it might be caps sensitive. Okay, that's fine. I'll add that to the list of things to work out then. So we need to work out some sort of network password. Oh, Mrs. Babbage. I need to add her to the list of people we know of. There we go. Alrighty. Where was my list of things? That was it. Network password. Security. Noted. Alright. So now I'm thinking this is not only a challenge of getting all the rooms down without getting blocked off, and of getting all the keys in the right order so you can get through, etc, etc. I'm also thinking that there is an additional challenge here of solving little mini games as you go. Like, I'm guessing every time we go through here we need to collect the fruit and take them back and stuff like that. I'm intrigued by the sledgehammer. There it is. I just don't think I realised I could pick it up before. A heavy sledgehammer can shatter padlocks on locked trunks. Okay. Cost me 2 steps to pick that up, but so be it. Right. With any luck, I'll be able to get through the doors now. Keycard entry system off. VAC indicators. Gymnasium, dark room, garage. Don't know what these do. Well, there's a mistress to solve. Looks like the bottom one says cabinet, which is odd. VAC indicators. Power for gymnasium, dark room, garage. Noted. Or garage. Danger. Toggling of breaker switches may result in unexpected loss of floor plan functionality. Please call DC Power if you require assistance. Alright. With any luck, I can get through here now. Wonderful. Dining room. Each day a meal is served in the dining room after rank 8 has been reached. Conference. Whenever items would be spread throughout the house, they are placed in this room instead. What does that even mean? Or cloister, which I don't have the gym requirements for. Let's go with the dining room. Yay. I've not reached rank 8 yet, but you never know. How far off are we? We're not doing bad. A lot of it is going to be determined. A lot of our... I'm guessing that the meal would give us more steps, incidentally. A lot of whether I'm going to reach the antechamber this time is going to be determined by how lucky I am with this next room. And whether there are additional requirements, like these access levers I've heard about, that I don't yet know about, because there could be all sorts of extra requirements to get in there that I just wouldn't know. Boudoir, bunk room, workshop. Combine inventory to create new items. That certainly sounds very interesting, and it also allows us to keep continuing straight, which is fantastic. So it seems almost certain that I will be able to get to rank 8 at least. Whether I'm going to be able to get into the antechamber is a different matter entirely. Um, Metal detector. Greater chance of finding keys and coins. Okay, so it just changes the probabilities of them spawning in rooms, I assume. Interesting. The true box does not always contain the prize. I'm writing that down. Are you suggesting that there might be an object more valuable than the quote-unquote prize? No, that's not quite what it says, is it? The true box does not always contain the prize. It looks like those boxes in that room where I had to use the wind-up key to get into them. Always contain the prize. I mean, on the face of it, that's just telling me that I shouldn't trust what's written on them. But if I can't trust what's written on them, then what can I trust? Stones cut by hand and letters wrought do spell our secrets carved from thought. A message read is of 10 lost among the bold words spoken soft. The note is read, the letter is not. Okay. Wish I could take screenshots. What do we have? That's E. That's B. That's E again. That's B again. Eb. E again. G. Yeah, that's... I don't think I'm just supposed to read the notes off the sheet of paper. A message read is often lost among the bold words spoken soft. The note is read, the letter is not. The bold words. Message is in bold. What do we have? A, B, D, A, B, D. Have I done that right? That would be E. No, I've done that wrong. G, B, G, B, D, G. This doesn't seem like a message. What about the one beneath it? I know the words should be referring to the notes above them in this case, because the words are underneath. But what about the ones below? Does that make more sense? G, B, G, B. No, that makes no more sense. Hmm. Stones cut by hand and letters wrought do spell our secret carved from fort. A message read is often lost among the bold words spoken soft. The note is read, the letter is not. Can I take a screenshot of that? Is that a thing I can do? Yes. Hold on, I need to make a blueprints folder. Blueprints. Save. Right. I have a copy of that if I want to go back to it later. Very interesting. L. Among the bold words. L. Okay. Could be a Roman numeral for 50? Hard to say. Interesting little riddle, though. Stone cut by hand and letters wrought do spell our secrets carved from fort. A message read is often lost among the bold words spoken soft. The note is read, the letter is not. A message read is often lost among the bold words spoken soft. The note is read, the letter is not. The note is read, the letter is not. I don't know. Oh, it annoys me. That's creating an itch in the part of my brain that I just can't ignore. I want to solve that, but I don't know how to yet. Let's keep going. Wait, hang on. It said I could combine tools. How do I do that? It said that accessing this room would let me combine inventory items, which I was a little unclear on, even to begin with. Don't see it, way. I don't like the idea that I may be missing out on a very important function of this room, but I really don't see how. What was this called? Workshop. Spring screws and coils scattered atop the workbench show signs of the room's frequent use. A craftsman studio dedicated to creativity and invention. This room was used by your uncle regularly whenever he needed to fix or improve a gadget or contraption. A mechanical blueprint, rarity unusual, drafted one time. I don't know, maybe I need a special item in my inventory to be able to use it or something. Let's keep going. Locked! Oh, woe is me. Okay. Alright, I can create a room off to the side just here. We need a key. Green rooms do not cost gems to draft. But there's nothing in there. East Hall at least would give me places I could go. Even if I'm running low on steps. Are these the sort of padlocks I can break? No. With a sledgehammer, I mean. Metal detector. I'd have missed that. Interesting. Okay. Locked. Good, I can at least keep going. The bunk room might give me maid's chamber. Less likely to find items laying around in your house. Observatory. I don't have the requirement for. If I take the bunk room, I might get some steps back. I think we redraw the floor plans. Right, I've lost it. That was a one-use item. Conference room. Mailroom. A package will be delivered here the day after drafting this room. Wine cellar contains gems. Conference room, I guess. At least it gives me, again, more options. A key! That's exactly what I needed. Okay, we can go back. And we can at least get to rank 8. Spreading items. Some special rooms allow you to spread items throughout your house. When items are spread, they are immediately placed in several of the rooms currently on your estate. However, if you have a conference room, spread items are gathered in that room instead. What an odd concept. Safe code 9083, but that's in red. Noted. Why is there a boat out there when there is no sign of any water? And that tree doesn't seem to be having such a great time, does it? Very nice monument, though. I wonder if, depending upon where I place this room, if I would get a different view. Like, if I'd place this room one rank further down, I wonder if I'd have got a better view of that monument there. Very nice. I do like this place. Anyway, I should probably keep going, hadn't I? Why would I want to spread an item? It feels like not something I'd want to do, but like a con to something that has both pros and cons, if that makes sense. Like, perhaps I can open a door, but then I have my items spread about or something. Oh well. How am I doing for steps? Not great. I think it's still worth going back to the workshop, though. At least I'll be able to get to rank 8. And then the dinner should be served in the dining room. Yes. Kitchen, billiard room, boudoir. Well, I can't place the kitchen because I don't have the gems, so let's go with the boudoir. Right, has dinner been served yet? No. Is it going to be served as I go in there? Seems like it. A key? That's what we do like to see. Goodness. What lovely slippers. Little ballerina. A safe. I'm guessing that code isn't correct, but... doesn't look like it. That's more evidence that we shouldn't believe things in red. I wonder if it was supposed to say something like, unless written by hand or something like that. Okay. So someone got a safe for a Christmas present. I'd best take a screenshot of this as well and save it. There we go. I thought a boudoir just meant bedroom, but this clearly isn't a bedroom. This seems to be a room for getting changed and getting dressed. Like, this is clearly for applying makeup and perfume and what have you. Interesting. How many steps do I have? I have 12. Let's go back and check out the dinner. That's going to cost us 4 steps in total. Is that salmon? Dinner is served. Today's main course. Porterhouse steak. A delightfully expensive steak cut. Bone-in and extra marbled for maximum tenderness. A perfect dish for those who love extravagance. Plus 20 steps. Plus an additional 10 steps if you have a showroom in your house. I do not. I definitely want to have that dinner though. I'm guessing... were I more experienced with this game, playing more tactically, you might want to hold out on the dinner until you've placed the showroom, but I am convinced that this game cannot be won in its current state, as in I'm convinced decisions I've made previously, I could be wrong, but I think decisions I've made previously have rendered this playthrough, that is until the next day, this day's playthrough, I think, is balked. I don't think it can be won. What I'm predominantly doing right now is trying to learn as much as I can, as quickly as I can. So for that reason, I think I'd rather have the meal now. I don't think I'm going to be losing out on anything much by not waiting till later. Oh, I pray I get a door with a exit in the right direction. It's got to be the dark room, that's the only one that does. Or does it? No, it doesn't. None of them do. The dark room at least would let me keep going though. Wonderful. I could go back to the breaker box to restore light, and perhaps that is what I'm supposed to do. How far back is it? It's quite a ways back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rooms. Gonna have to go both ways. I've got the steps, and I did say this is about learning. So let's go for it. So my guess is if I go back here, I'll have seen the switch flip. This would suggest it's a better idea to place a dark room before the security. Yes. Let's hope it doesn't go out again. I wonder what we'll find in there. I mean, photographs, obviously, but of what? Does this work? No. I can only assume... Okay, I'll take a picture of that. I was going to say, I can only assume that it is necessary to... to do what we just did in a successful playthrough. Otherwise, what's the point? Oh. Another picture of the maids. But this one much clearer. So why do they have two pictures? One that's very clear and one that isn't? And again. Curious, isn't it? Okay. That's clearly the orchard we saw before, but no clue as to what the combination is. Ah, they said before that the red notes are lies, but I wonder if in reality that combination we got was a genuine combination, but not for the safe. That could be the combination for the padlock. Svanka Co. That's the same company that did the safe, which is odd. Why would the same company that makes safes also do cameras? Assuming that's what that is. I think he's taking a picture of himself in a mirror. This all looks like the same as the other ones I saw, but nevertheless, of the two maids I mean. I'll take a picture of this anyway, a screenshot. I don't know why there are so many duplicates of the same photos. I do wonder if it's a spot the difference or something. Still, I'll make sure I keep a copy of it all. See, this feels like I'm supposed to be learning something from that picture. That's such a specific picture. It's almost as if the photographer was trying to take the original film and then zoom in on a particular aspect of it to get more information. Interesting. So who's that? Is that his sister, Mary Matthews? If I remember her name correctly. Print notice. HS has requested yet another print of her ladyship. I assume for one of her rooms in the West Wing, as well as an enlarged print of the enclosed photograph. He said the last development was too dark, so keep an eye on that. I should be copying this down into my notes, but I've been taking so many screenshots, it's hard not to just screenshot it. Oh! Electronic keycard opens electronically powered security doors. Well, that's a moot point now since I found another way to defeat them. But interesting nevertheless. I feel like the fact he said about it being too dark, is a really big deal. I'm supposed to be drawing some conclusion from that. Oh, it's just a coin on the ground. It's true to say, though, that some of those coins are very well hidden, and it's unlikely I'd have found them without the metal detector. I feel like I haven't found all the mysteries of the dark room yet. I feel like there is other stuff going on here which is currently going over my head. So far, this game seems like an interesting compromise between two different genres. It feels like on one hand, you have the traditional adventure puzzle game, almost, I guess, yeah, in like the Myst tradition, where you come up with a story, you come up with a world which shows that story instead of telling it, predominantly. Although bits of expository text may be an exception to that. And then players are supposed to solve the puzzles one at a time, not necessarily in a set order, it doesn't have to be linear, but they're supposed to, like, one at a time, solve the puzzles and progress through the game. On the other hand, you've got what is essentially a strategy game. In fact, no, I mean, because when you say strategy, you think of real-time strategy, don't you? What would it be? Just like a... I guess it is a subgenre of the puzzle games, where the puzzles are essentially randomized, and you know the rules going into it, and the challenge is in learning the rules well enough that you can, beat the game, basically. I'm trying to think of a good example of that sort of thing, but it's not coming to mind. Like, the sort of things that I can think of are things like Solitaire, but of course that's not a video game. I mean, there are video games versions of it, including the famous one that came with Microsoft Windows, but, that's a card, that's essentially a card game, but, you've got the randomization and the shuffling of the deck, the rules are well known, and then you just have to try, based on whatever you've been given, you need to think your way through it and win the game by making the correct decisions. There are plenty of puzzle games I can think of where they use some randomization, or adventure games especially I'm thinking of, where, so that the puzzles don't become too trivial, they'll randomize some of the puzzles when you begin the game, so you don't know what the solution is, you have to follow the rules. Off the top of my head, I'm struggling to think of a video game that quite does what I'm describing. It's like the equivalent of Solitaire, where the rules are established from the outset, and it is thinking your way through the situations that arise from the randomization. But I mean, it's clear what a game like that would be like. Honestly, like, the closest I can actually think of is slightly more action-y games like Slay the Spire, where it's essentially a deck-building roguelike. But again, the rules are well known, and you are it comes down to random chance, and you're making the correct decisions along the way. This game feels like a compromise between the two. It feels like they've designed what is essentially a Myst-like game, and then they have broken it up and added some random variables, such that you are both trying to solve puzzles and understand the world in a Myst-like way, but you are also contending against significant randomization that may make a particular run possible or impossible. I don't know how I feel about that. On the face of it, it kind of feels like a massive time waste, honestly. Like they're just trying to find a way to take what would otherwise be a really quite short Myst-like game and make it much, much longer, because players are going to constantly find, either due to bad luck or bad play, that they then have to go all the way back to the start of the day and begin again. And I feel like that's not going to be very satisfying, but I don't know. That's my initial thoughts right now. Locked. Are you locked? You are locked. We have a problem. I need another key. Conference room. I think that's game. It's such a shame to have to finish so close to the antechamber and not be able to get in, but we're so far off. We've not got many steps left, and we are so far off being able to locked. Yep, that's it. I don't think I can find a room where I can place another room and get back there. With the steps I have left. Yeah, look how far back I'd have to go. Oh wait, I may have missed an opportunity there, which was careless. That's cost me 2 more steps. No, that's locked too. Yeah, this is just game. This is exactly what I was talking about. I'm going to be forced to start the game again, but I don't feel like I've been beaten fair and square, if that makes sense. It feels like it's mixing genres in a very obnoxious way. It's like, I want to play the Myst in this game, and it's I noticed my coins going down there. It's not letting me. Launder currency. I have to make the gymnasium because I don't have the gems for anything else. I'm about to lose way more steps. Yeah, that's game. Call it a day. Okay. That's annoying. It would have been nice to have at least made an attempt to get into the antechamber, just because it would have helped me understand what I'm up against. Like, what am I trying to do there? Total rooms 28. Rank reached 8. Steps taken 89. Items found 4. New rooms 21. What's this game about? Good question. On the face of it, the story is about your rich relative died, and they said to you, you can inherit everything I own if you can find the hidden 46th room in my mansion. And it's about solving it's about solving puzzles to work your way through the building and the grounds. But as I was just saying, it feels like it's mixing genres, because it feels like there's an entirely different type of puzzle game being mixed in here. Ooh, Thank you for the raid, Avon. That's very kind of you. Hope you're having a good day. I'm just getting myself acquainted with blueprints for the first time. You're very welcome. Good day. Avon the Raven is currently streaming Kingdoms of Amalur: Re-Reckoning. Having previously enjoyed a nostalgic journey through its realms, they're also fond of challenging themselves with Souls-like games, as evidenced by their recent Sekiro stream. Their streams are a welcoming space for all, with particular emphasis on inclusivity and casual playthroughs. Any reason why the name of the game is Blueprints? By name, I thought it would be a visual novel. So, a blueprint, as in the plans you would use for building something, is one of the main mechanics of the game. Why prince, as in the ruler of a principality, I don't know. I haven't figured that part out yet. It does look like that your rich relative, at the very least, had some friends who were in the nobility. I've not yet seen any evidence that they were themselves a prince, though. So what I was saying about this being two puzzle games in one, on the face of it, is on one hand, I feel like I'm playing a game like Myst, where it's like a first-person adventure game, where there's a story, there's a world which they show, not tell. I'm trying to solve puzzles that feel very organic, built into the world, as if they're actually a part of the world and not an artificial puzzle just there for me to solve. There's that. But on the other hand, I also feel like I'm playing solitaire. Like, there's this other idea, as I said, about blueprints, about how you place down rooms in the mansion, which are randomized. And it looks like, to me at least, you can snooker yourself. It looks like if you don't place the rooms correctly, then you can find yourself in a position where it's impossible to complete the game. And it feels like there's lots and lots of ways to do that. There's like multiple mechanics that are potentially competing with each other. And there are lots of different ways you can get yourself stuck. And like I say, this is happening at the same time as the Myst-like puzzle game. Like, inside each room you have the story breadcrumbs and the little things you're supposed to be doing, the little puzzles that you're supposed to be completing, at the same time as you're playing this like solitaire game. And I'm not sure I like it. It feels like they've taken a really short Myst-like game and then they've massively stretched it out by making it possible for you to get stuck and then have to go back to the beginning, which doesn't feel very satisfying. I've come back here because I was given a combination earlier, which I was told by another source was a lie, but it was a combination for a safe. Okay, yeah. And I wondered if the lie was that it was actually not for the safe, but it was a valid combination for something else. But that does not appear to be the case. Okay. I hope that is a suitable explanation. I think I might be behind. How are you? It's not been the best day, mental health wise, but I'm surviving. Thank you for asking. How are you doing? So, as far as I'm aware, there is no limit to the number of days I can take to solve this. So I might just call it a day here, even though I did next to nothing at all, just so that I have the extra steps for the next day. So, as I was saying before about potentially snookering yourself, I'm not 100% sure, but I get the sense that I have to place every room in this place. I could be wrong. I may be wrong about that, but I know that there is exactly enough room there to place 45 rooms, and I know that there is one door that leaves that grid, and that's the 46th room. So I think one of the ways you could snooker yourself is by playing the rooms in such a way that there is no that you can't fill the grid. But at the same time, there are definitely other requirements, like to get through certain doors, you need keys. And where do you get keys? Well, you pick them up in the world by going through certain doors. Certain rooms will then allow you access to other certain rooms as well. Like I ran up against a door that required a key card earlier. Turns out there is a key card that you can pick up, but there's also there's a security room which you can use to tell the game whenever the power goes out, unlock the doors instead of lock them. And then there's a breaker box room which you can use to cut the power to all the security doors. So between the two of them, you can just disable all of those keycard doors, for example. And I'm guessing that you're not guaranteed to have enough keycards spawned to be able to go through all the keycard doors. For example, sending virtual hugs, doing normally, gonna chill for a couple of hours and then start messing around with those website we talked about earlier. Oh, I see. Well, I mean, that's jolly industrious of you. I'm sure we'll talk about it more shortly. But yeah, that's. I think I expressed earlier that I think you were onto something there. You had some very good ideas. Let's go with a spare room. So I now know more about how this game works, and I'm thinking just as much about how do I fill the available space. What do you suppose that means? There's a puzzle piece in there. That's the owner. Oh, that probably, the wind-up key. A component of the parlor game. This is one of the 2 empty boxes. 2 boxes in this room are empty. There are 3 boxes in this room. Well then, that one must be the one I need to open. Assuming I'm not supposed to use that somewhere completely different. This is one of the 2 empty boxes. 2 boxes in this room. Oh, it could have been that one. I'm a fool. I couldn't have told which one that one was, could I? Fortunately, I think the only thing I missed out on there was some gems, which I can probably get back elsewhere. Have a lovely look. I mean, it's going to bug me if I don't at least get started. I understand. Dear Herbert, it was a great honour receiving the invitation to dine at your estate with the Oldhams this past Thursday. The Oldhams, right. Oh, if you're already well into the lurk, obviously you don't have to answer. But how was the stream? If I'm being frank, it has been quite a while since we had been seen in decent society, and we were beginning to worry that my wife's wit had lost its charm. I have no delusions that my company is a rival to hers. Is rival to hers. If I can refresh your memory, we both spent much of the evening discussing our mutual love of games and puzzles, and I had mentioned to you a rather singular parlour game I had played some years back, involving 3 boxes of different colours. You had pressed me to write the particulars of this game. When I found the time, I've included with this letter all the details you'll need to share with guests should you be inclined to play this confounding game. Always yours, M. Lowry, I think. No, it can't be Laurie. That can't be an R because it goes down. My stream crashed and I had to start it back up. But other than that, it went well. Thank you for asking. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, I mean, I know exactly how distressing technical difficulties can be when streaming. So that is unfortunate. There'll always be at least one box which displays only true statements. There'll always be at least one box which displays only false statements. Only one box is a prize within, the other two are always empty. So what were the statements? There are 3 boxes in this room. That's obviously true. 2 boxes in this room are empty. That's also definitely true. So it must have been this one. This is one of the 2 empty boxes. Because this one by definition must be true, I think. I think there's always only... Yeah, only one box has anything in, correct? Yes. So, by definition, by the rules, that is correct. By the rules of the game, that is correct. So it must have been this one that was false. That's a shame. If I'd known that... Oh, so that's what the comment before about the true box doesn't always have the prize in. Yeah, they just mean that a false box... a box which has a false statement on it could have the prize in. Which isn't very surprising. I will take the key. Let's keep going. None of these are great choices. Guess I'll go with the bedroom. But I don't want to go in there yet. I need to backtrack. I'm not sure my current strategy is going to work, unfortunately. I think it may end up with too much backtracking. Still, it is what it is. The den seems like a fine choice. Thank you. One thing I don't know is if, for example, you could have a spawn where you never get the option of picking up enough gems, or conversely, if you could have a spawn where there is an excess of gems, where you don't, where for example, I don't know if, for example, I've just failed this already by failing the parlor game puzzle. Let's go with the walk-in closet. Oh, but I do have a gem, so I can do that. Okay. What items have I got? A key? 2 rerolls. That's very nice. While drafting, you can use the dice to roll new floor plans. The purse, which means more money. For every 3 coins we collect, we get a bonus one. And another gem. That must be the mistress of the house. A picture of. I'll make a note of that. That was like a number 10 on a dog tag. I believe that's what they call them, at least in the US military they do. I don't know if we have a different name. I mean, I don't think our personnel wear those, as far as I'm aware, our military personnel. Rightio. Let's keep going. Chapel would be a good choice here. We'll have lost a bit of money, but I don't think we had any. But if we did, we've just lost it. Coat check. Check one item and retrieve it another day. Don't really want to. Gem requirement for the kitchen. Pantry would give me a bunch of coins. I'm not sure I like the implications of this. That, let's go with the kitchen, because we've not seen the kitchen before. It says food for sale, though. I probably want to wait till I've collected some money. Let's go with the pantry, then. Oh, that may have been a mistake, come to think of it, because I'm going to give up some of that money once I come back through. Yeah, oh well. Too late now. And I'd have to come back here in order to deposit the change anyway. Yeah, I've definitely made a mistake. Never mind. I'm sure it won't be the first or the last. Well, it's not the first, and I'm sure it won't be the last. That's what I meant to say. Ah. They're all going to end up being dead ends, aren't they? Fine. Storeroom. So I'm going to be losing another coin for no good reason. Because I was careless in how I set things up. Never mind. Look at my steps disappearing. Again. Entirely my own fault. I think avoiding this sort of backtracking would have been a very good idea. Right. That security would be... Oh, or breaker box. Go with security. This is a very useful room to have. Red memories equals lies unless written something or other. Still can't read it. Breaker box? Nope. I'll take the guest bedroom. Or do I want the terrace? Let's go with the terrace. Because I'm not desperate for steps currently, but the guest room is clearly going to turn up later. So I will hopefully later have the opportunity of taking those steps. But having green rooms not cost gems could help just generally going forwards. Ooh, I got extra steps anyway. This is very nice. Oh, wouldn't it be absolutely marvellous to live somewhere like this? Isn't it beautiful? I think the mismatched architecture I was observing from the outside was deliberate and was supposed to be representative of the fact that inside, due to the randomization, the place is a mismatch. Oh well. That was nice. Very helpful as well. Right. Security. I missed one gem and one coupon book. Do I go back for it though? That's the thing. Probably not. As much as I'd like to. Still don't know how to log into the network. I don't think it's going to be worth the steps to go back for the items I missed. Not unless I could pin down where they were. But I have no idea. Hallway's not a bad idea. As much as I'd like the utility closet, I don't think that's a good idea. I am going to have to... As you can see, I didn't manage to complete this row yet, though. Doors in the west wing are more likely to be locked, so that's not true. Did I write down that statement was on red when I originally found it? I think that may have been before I found the note about memos. Yeah, it was. In fact, it's the only statement I wrote down before I found out about the difference between red and blue memos. Kitchen, corridor, closet. Kitchen, I guess. I'm worried about the shape of this place now. It's going to be a right nuisance to fill in. Still, we can but do our best. Very chunky looking toaster. It said there was food for sale here. Oh. Mount Holly kitchen menu. Bananas, club sandwich, chef salad. Stuffed wild quail. Okay. So that's basically just, I can pay money to get additional steps. Good to know. The problem is, I'm not going to want to backtrack a long way to do that. So that's only going to be of value to me if I come into some money very soon, like in the next couple of rooms probably. Anyway. Drawing room. I don't have the gem requirement. Right, I have to redraw. None of those will do. Commissary will do. Or a billiard room. Commissary I can't afford. So it'd have to be the billiard room. I was told about this darts puzzle, wasn't I? Any indication of the rules? Plus, minus, times, divide. Plus, minus, times, divide. 1 and 3. Red and green. Curious. Okay. So, supposing I select one. Say 20. What? $18 did something. This isn't just a combination lock that I brute force one digit at a time, is it? Because that's not so impressive. It is looking a lot like that is exactly what this is. Alright. Guess I should write this down. 1 and 6. Oh. Seven. So it's 18-7. Did you just add 6 and 1 together? Possibly. So subtraction? 13 and 19? 3? Sorry, 6? I don't know why I said 3. Yeah. Now what do we have? 6 and 5. Subtraction again? Yes. It's the position, isn't it? So the blue one is always the first number, and then the outer number is what to do with it. So 2 and 10. That could be divide or that could be times. Let's go with 20. It was times. I'm getting it then. So it's x plus y minus z times w divided by v, I guess. So if I'm understanding correctly, it's 9. So it's 0 plus 9. Ah, yes, it's 0 to begin with. Got it. This is making sense now. Zero plus x minus y times z divided by w. Alright, so it's 0 plus 9 minus 7, 2 times 10. 20. Which means it's not following the normal order of operations. Alright. So... Okay. I've added parentheses to make that clear. Did I just get two keys straight up? I don't mind if I do, thank you. That's handy. Rightio, let's keep going. And let's, nothing hidden around here, is there? Let's hope... I don't have to give up the other die, that the next room that spawns has an exit in the... at least one exit in a direction that is beneficial. It doesn't. I'd need gems for any of the rooms that would. Goodbye, die. And I may have... No, boudoir. No, boudoir does not have an exit in the useful direction. Right. I have mucked up. I think that's game. Yeah, that's game. That's fine. We're still learning. Alright. Right. I think I am on the right lines when it comes to trying to fill the grid. I have not yet found a good strategy, though, for making sure that I don't get stuck like I just did. I'm wondering what that would look like. Like, I'd need some sort of rule or something. Maybe I always prioritize having a door to the next rank before I worry about filling in the sides. That seems sensible. I don't know if that'll work, but that seems sensible to me. Because as long as I can access the next rank, I should, in theory, be able to backtrack and fill out the rooms that I missed. In theory. So we'll do this door first. Don't mean we'll go through there immediately. Den. Right. I've done the necessary thing. We can definitely go forwards. Now I can worry about filling in the sides. Spare room, I guess. Pantry. Or closet. Pantry. For not very much reason. I'll take the extra steps, thank you. Maybe this isn't a puzzle to be solved. Maybe this, like a side quest, maybe that really is just an excuse to have fruit in here. Let's go the other way. So already we're running into a problem that the strategy I have just outlined may lead to me having to do too much backtracking. Hallway looks good. That gives us lots of options. Ooh, I don't suppose there's some meta strategy here where you don't want to use rooms with lots of exits early in the game if you can avoid it, because you're going to want those later. I'm just guessing, I could be wrong. Whenever you enter this room, gain 2 steps. That sounds amazing. We want that in a nice central position so we can keep going back there. So I won't place it down yet. What does a magnifying glass do? A wooden brass magnifying glass. Inspect documents of the estate more closely. Ooh, if we can get the security room, I may be able to figure out what that word is. Um, how do I move the oh. Aha. This really does seem to just let me zoom in, though. It doesn't seem to be revealing anything that I wouldn't have been able to see before. I like the distortion at the edges of the magnifying glass, like a real magnifying glass, so that's lovely attention to detail. What was I going to say? Obviously, it is just functioning as a real-life magnifying glass would, so I can't complain. It's just, you know, I was kind of hoping for some sort of secret message or something, but never mind. Alright, let's keep going. So ideally I want to have an exit at least. Yeah, I think it'll be the... Oh, I can't afford the drawing room. And now we run into a problem. I really need an exit to the right. But I can't get one. That's going to require backtracking later. Well, it is what it is. I've only brought this on myself. Alrighty. I think that's everything. Let's keep going. So, where are we going now? There's the den. Yeah, let's go to the den. And fill in... Let's prioritize getting the next door. So I want to make sure that I have a way forwards. And I physically can't. Okay? That's annoying. But it is fair to say that... to an extent that emphasizes the importance of doing what I'm doing. Trying to make sure I get the... I prioritize getting to the next rank. Before I fill out the sides, because now I have the option to make sure that now I know that I'm going to have trouble getting to the next rank. I know that when I'm doing the other doors, I need to think about that as well. Right, are we entering there yet? No, I don't think so. We'll come back there. Corridor. Good. Is there anything in the corridor? I'm not sure if we ever fully explored the corridor, did we? I know we've travelled through it. Yeah, I don't see anything here. Okay, next door. West Wing Hall. That seems like a fantastic idea. Although bedroom, actually. No, because bedroom will give us more steps. Which is fantastic, but... this isn't the place to put it. West Wing Hall. Excellent. I'm not 100% sure. I think the position we place this hall may actually determine what we see outside. Oh, hello. Staff notice, June 15th, 1983. Out of respect for the late Lady Clara Espen. Lady Clara Espen. Let's add her to the list. I just realised that map I was drawing earlier of where all the doors are, completely useless. Because of course it's going to vary every time we go through. Okay, Lady Clara Espen. Deceased. The west wing will be closed until further notice. While the floor plans associated with this wing have not been removed from the pool, we ask that staff members refrain from drafting them during this period of mourning. Likewise, any may drafts... I'm not sure that gives us very much useful information. That feels more like... Oh, security. Yes, I'd love the security room right now. What was I saying? That seems more like, oh, what's the name? Set dressing. Right, can I find out what it actually says now? Written. It does say hand. Oh, it is by hand. Right. That's what I thought it said, but... Or that's what I guessed it said, because that was the only thing that really made sense. I had, unless written something hand. Oh, goodness me! Thank you so much for the raid, Coyote Neon. That's very kind of you. It's a pleasure to meet you. Coyote Neon, the enigmatic glowing Shinwalker. Don't know what a Shinwalker is. This cringe tubers, that doesn't sound very nice. Recent escapades include horror demos, culinary adventures with fellow streamers, and even a gear grinding session. Their streams exude a chill vibe and perfect for unwinding. Do join their Discord for more glowing fun. Pleasure to meet you. Oh, hey, Charcoal Dragon. How is everybody? I'm Robert from the El Magnifico Games. Let me try again. I'm Robert from the El Magnifico Games channel. I play all sorts of games. I play retro games, I play new games, I play games that require you to think, like puzzle and adventure games, and I play more action games. Currently, I've got a playthrough of Blueprints on the go, as you can see. I also have a playthrough of It Takes Two with the wonderful Pikachu. And I also have a playthrough of Dark Souls 3 on the go. That'll be next Wednesday when I get back to that. That is this Wednesday. What was I thinking? After Dark Souls 3, because we're near the end of that, I'm hoping to do some Demon Souls, although I still need to sort that out. And also, I don't know what game's going to replace this slot, this puzzly chill game slot. I know Tato recommended a Harry Potter game, which we might look into. Enigmatic. I don't know what to tell you, Coyote. Oh, what's enigmatic? A mystery. An enigma is a mystery. So it was Frosty Tools was calling you a mysterious person. Thinking? Thinking? Yep, I'm afraid so. We've just had a Read Me Some Facts redeem from Charcoal Dragon. So let me go... I've got the encyclopedia up. Let me see. I'm trying to figure out what page we're on. We've done that. We've done exoplanets. We've done the end of the universe. We can skip... meet the expert consultant. So land, sea and sky. We're beginning a new section of the encyclopedia. Introducing Earth. Earth is a unique planet. As far as we know, it is the only place in the universe that supports life. Life thrives here because of the liquid water on the Earth's surface, the abundant oxygen in its atmosphere, and a comfortable average temperature. 71% of Earth's surface is water. And almost all of that is ocean. Earth is not quite a perfect sphere. It's actually something called an oblate spheroid, a shape that's wider at the equator than at the poles. That is true. The Earth's spin causes it to bulge out at the equator. Polar circumference, so that's drawing a circle around the Earth which goes through the North and South poles, is 39,941 kilometres. And the equatorial circumference, so that's going around the equator, that's 40,075 kilometres. So it's about 134 kilometres further around the equator than around the poles. The Earth is about 4.4 to 4.6 billion years old, and the diameter pole to pole is 12,714 kilometers. So there we go. That's some facts. Hope you have a good stream. I have to sleep. I understand. It's perfectly... I fully understand that you may need to raid and run. So thank you for the raid, and I hope you have a wonderful, restful night. And as I say, it's a pleasure to meet you. Right, so who here is familiar with the game Blueprints? It's absolutely fine either way. I just am wondering how much of this I need to explain. This is my first time playing Blueprints, incidentally, so I'm not necessarily... there are certainly things that I don't yet know, and there may be things that I believe to be the case which aren't true. But I don't know. I think we've worked out quite a bit today. I think I finally finished Blueprints last week. Oh right, well done, congratulations. Yeah, this is my first time playing, so I'm still learning. The way I would summarize it so far is it feels like they've taken, for those that are familiar with puzzle and adventure games, it feels like they've taken a Myst-like game where you create a world with a story and you introduce that world to the player through showing, not telling, and they have to solve a series of puzzles to get through the world, but then they've mixed that in with a more solitaire-like puzzler, where there's a bunch of simple rules that the world follows, and you have to make moves in such a way as to not get yourself stuck. This means that as I'm trying to solve the more Myst-like aspects to the game, I am also running up against the fact that I may have, through bad luck or bad plays, got myself stuck, and then I have to go back to the beginning. It's not actually a mashup of genres that I'm a huge fan of, but that's, at the very least, that's what's going on. My current working hypothesis, this may be wrong, but my current working hypothesis is I need to fill this grid with rooms. When we click on a door, we get the option of placing a room. I would point out that there are restrictions, though, like certain doors require you to have a key, for example, and that's a resource that we pick up in the world. Anyway, so I'm looking for a room here, preferably one that would let me travel to the other side. I can do that here, but if I do that, I'm going to be losing some money. Do I care about that? Oh, I don't get a choice. I'm going to risk it. The chapel has to be placed down at some point. So I'll place the chapel down now. So if you look in the top right, you see I've got 5 money. As soon as I enter here, that's going down to 4. And the problem is that will happen every time I enter here. Right, how much trouble have I created for myself? Quite a bit. In fact, the smart thing... I really mucked up here, and the smart thing to have done would have been not to have placed this at all. Oh well. And not to have gone in here, because I don't think there is anything in here I can use. Never mind. I made a mistake. It is what it is. Let's keep going. Right. Ah, dark room. Yes, let's have the dark room. The lights are going to go out, so I can't examine anything in here until I place the breaker box, but that's okay. As usual, let's prioritise making sure we have at least one path to the next rank. Oh, but of course I can't see. Alright, well I've placed something down. Is that the bedroom that means that you always get... Okay, that's actually not too bad. Alright, I'm fine with that. I believe this is the bedroom that means whenever you enter it, you get 2 movement back. So it's essentially free to enter it. Yeah, that's not so bad. We'll come back here, though. Or will we? No, we won't, because if I place another door off of here, I won't be able to see what it is. Or does that matter? I'll risk it. Only one I can place anyway. Furnace room. We've never been in here. Alright. What's so great about the furnace room? You're more likely to draw red rooms while drafting. Okay. Is there actually anything in here or anything I can interact with? Anything I can do? It seems like no. It seems like this room is kind of pointless. Unfortunately. So far as I can see. That does seem odd. You'd have thought there'd be something here. Oh well. It is what it is. Let's keep going. In the top left you'll see I have a limited number of steps. Every time I cross a room boundary that goes down by 1. If I run out entirely, that's game over. That's what I was talking about, the sort of solitaire element, the way you can get yourself stuck. Greetings from Reddington. Okay. Let's keep going then. Oh, hang on. Key. Glad I did not miss that. And I need it immediately. Okay. Secret passage leads to a room of a colour of your choice. Can't place that anyway. Weights room. It's got to be the weights room, even though I'm going to lose movement for it. It's the only one that's well connected. Does at least mean that I definitely have a way to the next rank, though. Which is good. Oh, but I'd need to get through a keycard thing. Hang on. Oh, this is going to cost me loads of... I can't afford the movement, really. Wait, hang on. It's free to go in there, but I'm still going to be paying loads more movement once I... I'm going to risk it. The thing that I've just suddenly realised is I don't remember if when I was in the security room, if I remembered to reduce the security. It's what I should have done, but I've got a feeling I may have forgotten. One broken lever, one wind-up key. Interesting. No idea where those are, though. Right, I did forget to reduce the security. That's on me. I absolutely shouldn't have forgotten that. But, having forgotten to do that, it was the right thing to go back. It's just a shame it's cost me a load of steps to do it. Oh well. Right, I'm about to lose a load of steps walking in here. Oh, do I only lose the steps the first time I walk in there? Lose half your steps. Right. Yes, but it's a one-off. Okay, that's not so bad. Use key, because I need to be able to get through. Archives. Roll drafting, you'll no longer be able to see all 3 of your potential options. That's pretty awful. But it has to be that one, unfortunately. I've got a feeling... we saw this room from the security room ages ago. Because I remember the layout of all these shelves. And I knew that we hadn't been in here before. That's interesting. August... oh, there's a lot here. Blimey. August 22nd, 85. Marigold wins Herald Literary Honour. Popular children's writer Marion Marigold adds yet another feather to her scholastic cap when she discovered on Thursday that her picture book, Swimbird, has been chosen as the Herald Literary Medal Illustrated Book of the Year. This is Marigold's second time winning this prestigious honour. Ooh, honours spelt the American way. The previous medal was, of course, for her debut effort. She was no stranger to the public eye even before her literary success. The niece and closest living relation of Baron H.S. Sinclair, Mary began using Marigold as a pen name to free her from the political associations that one might make with the Sinclair family. Oh. I thought... Hang on. She's our mother, isn't she? That's Mary Matthews. Marion Marigold. Pen name of Mary Matthews. Children's author. Interesting. Swimbird author never considered herself success by Gail Hermes, Herald staff writer. I'm guessing they're not going to come up again, but I'll write that down anyway. Gail Hermes, Herald staff writer. She confided, "My son was the one that actually got me to start writing. I'd always challenged myself to never tell him the same story twice at bedtime, and so we ran out of books we owned. My imagination had to take over from there." Marigold has elaborated in previous interviews that her debut book, Red Prince, is based on her son and his inflexible love of the colour red. The statement has been held with much scepticism by the many pundits that viewed that book as a rather thinly veiled political critique of the Royalist Party and their unwavering blind loyalty to the throne. Red Prince, son's favourite colour stroke Royalist Party. Publisher and author detained by Red Guard questioned. Caleb Manning and his publisher Philip White were 2 or 3 dozen names that appeared on a leaked dossier naming them a person of interest in the Trinsdale bombing that killed 4 people last Tuesday. Although no group has come forth to officially take responsibility of the attack, shouldn't there be responsibility for the attack? It is widely believed by authorities to be the work of the insurgent group RLCF, who call themselves the Children of Blackwater. RLCF, Children of Blackwater. Caleb Manning. Philip White. Person of interest, Trinsdale bombing. Ruffington Press was quick to dismiss the rumour in a statement released on Friday, maintaining that the popular author and Mr. White were simply victims of an unfortunate happenstance, whatever that means. This would not be the first time that this paper seems biased, doesn't it? This would not be the first time that the publishing house has defended a rogue employee. 3 years ago, an associate editor of the company was arrested for criminal conspiracy, though the charges were later dropped. In what sense are they a rogue employee, then, if the charges were dropped? That would suggest that they did nothing wrong. Marigold drops publisher. Local author and popular personality Marion Marigold has announced a split with a long-term publishing partner, Ruffington Press, citing personal reasons. The announcement came after the arrest last week of fellow author and colleague Caleb Manning, whom Marigold has past referred to as her mentor, friend, and confidant. Marigold is the 3rd prominent writer to distance themselves from the publisher this week. Manning and White at press function. Was seen at the corner, suspicious bag under the wave down a local man. This is her 3rd major last year. It is anticipated, charged by the Crown. Manning was the last the trial began on expected to last up to with grand treason. No traces discovered of Sjunka heiress, but search continues. That's the word we keep seeing. It was on the safe and it was on the camera. Synka, which I'm probably mispronouncing. Mary Matthew Jones, the author. Oh, Mary Matthew Jones. Right. I thought she was Mary Matthew. She's Mary Matthew Jones. That solves the surname discrepancy, because I mentioned that we seem to have a different surname to our mother, which was odd. Mary Matthew Jones, the author and illustrator whose fanciful stories are written under the pen name Marion Marigold, was last seen by a close friend around 3:45 p.m. Friday, getting into a carriage after a late luncheon day at the 100 Bells Tea Room in Trinsdale. Mrs. Jones never arrived home and the carriage driver cannot be located. Family and local authorities are very concerned but have not deemed the case foul play. It's an out-of-character incident at this point and we are seeking information. Synka heiress. Princess jewels stolen in dramatic Royal Museum heist. Priceless, that makes more sense. Priceless jewels stolen in dramatic Royal Museum heist. Thieves in the royal capital of Fen Aires. What do they mean by a royal capital? I know what a capital is. What is a royal capital? Fen Aires have broken into one of the Crown's fabled closed exhibits. These lavish rooms have historically been reserved exclusively for the use of the aristocracy and high peerage, and access has never been granted to those outside noble circles, at least not until today, as the local police and forensic experts have been spotted in virtually every corner of the museum grounds dredging for clues. The museum authorities said that they were alerted in the middle of the night by reports of several masked intruders seen breaching the south wall and brandishing firearms. The intruders broke into the museum, subdued the royal guard, and disabled the security system. By the time the militia arrived on the scene, the burglars had simply vanished. Although an official registry of the lost jewels has not been publicly announced, among the treasured artifacts rumoured to be stolen is the renowned ruby crown of Orinda Aries. Ruby crown of Orinda Aries. The priceless crown jewel, whose material worth pales in comparison to the historic value. If those rumours are true, the evidence may suggest the theft was politically motivated. And that's it. And a key. Interesting. This is what I mean by the mist aspect of the game. The fact that I guess this is partly telling, not just showing, because it's written. But, like, they're breadcrumbing the story to us instead of, I'll go with the Nook. Instead of, telling, you know, instead of telling us all in one go. Kitchen's no good, bunk room's not much good. Oh, but it has to be the bunk room. That is a shame. That is going to make life very, very difficult. Well, I'll take the money. Yeah, that is really unfortunate. I'm probably not going to be able to do this now. I'd have to... Ooh! A mouse! With the tail cut off. That is concerning. Huh. Well, they're very adorable anyway. Oh, that can't be a mouse because you wouldn't have an open top. A mouse could easily leap that. I wonder if it's a hamster. a little TP tent. Today is a good day because Simon is at camp and he is not as much fun as my friends. I'll not have to share my toys and I will not have to share my room. I will not have to share my snacks. Having a younger brother is not as much fun as they told me it would be, but today will be a good day because he's at camp. Herbie is mean and really stupid, and today is a good day because I threw away his airplane. I also had more fun at camp than he has had in his entire life. So he had an older brother who was probably called Herbert as well, after his great uncle. The first entry seems to be written by Herbie, I would guess, meaning we're the older brother. Today's a good day because I got my brother in trouble for reading my private journal without my permission and writing mean things in it too. He also threw my model airplane in the bushes outside, but I got it back, and if he does it again, he will not get to go to the park on Friday. I will make sure he gets no presents for his birthday. Do the bold words spell something? Today, if he does not, I don't need any presents because I have my brother's book because he won't stop writing about me. And today is a good day because I knew he cries when he can't find his book. Even though he is older, he is a crybaby. I've got it the wrong way around. Simon's the younger one. Okay, so then the question becomes, why am I inheriting and not Herbert? Today's a good day because today my brother returns from college and I get to finally return to him the book I took from him a long, long time ago. Hopefully you find it as hilarious as I do. I honestly have no idea how we survived sharing a room. All things being said, I wouldn't have it any other way. I still would rather have had a sister. Congrats on the diploma and welcome home, Simon. So, Herbert went to college. I'm guessing that they mean college in the American sense of university. Interesting. Very interesting. Camp Colonel. Right. Well, we know that Simon's favourite colour was red, don't we? Yes, I think we do. Do we know... I've forgotten where we read that. There's a slim possibility that was Herbert's favourite colour. Oh, yes, because Marion Marigold read to her son. Well, if she only had... Why did she not mention having two sons? If she had two sons. That's a bit odd. Unless there's a significant age gap between them and... this was back when she only had Herbert. I don't know. Interesting. Anyway, yeah. I have a problem. It's going to be hard to fill in all these rooms now. Courtyard. Can't make it. Maid's room, archived room, I guess. And hope I can get that out that way. I can't. Oh, this just keeps going from bad to worse. It's going to be so difficult to fill in all these rooms now. I'm doing my best. We tried the code, didn't we? And it didn't work. So we still don't know how to get into there. The only thing that this this photo really tells me is that the safe was a Christmas present. There's nothing here to indicate a year, is there? No, nothing that I can see. Well, an obvious thing to try would be 1225. Oh, you've got to be joking. Oh my goodness. Oh well, I shan't complain about that. Herbert, I was distraught to learn that you have chosen to omit the details of our dear Marion's disappearance from public record. It's no surprise to me that the royal court would want this embarrassment kept as quiet as possible, but I'm shocked that you have so little regard for your niece that you would play the king's scullion and stoop to kissing the foot that treads upon her memory. She gave up her family, her fortune, and her life, and all you can do is think of your name. Having never had a family name nor a fortune of my own, I cannot personally condemn you for faltering in your commitment to make the same sacrifices she did. But for goodness sake, do not, by that same display of weakness, clutch your petty assets so tightly that you undermine the cause that she forfeited everything to further. A countryman must be made aware of the price she paid, and must be made to see the colour of the flag she flew as she rode into the darkness of 100 nights. To deny her story is to deny her life. If through your silence you bless this betrayal, our son Simon, your heir, will inherit a fortune of lies, and will spit upon your grave when he learns of your cursed foolishness. Needless to say, we will not be coming for Christmas this year, Daniel. Okay. So, Daniel must have been the husband of Mary. And our father. Interesting. Well then. Okay. Mount Holly Library book request form. Books and periodicals requested for this form will be pulled and available the next time you draft the library. Pre-select one. Sightseer's Guide to Reddington, Andrew Dahl. Swimbird, Marion Marigold. The Fixed Stars, Richard Witt. The History of Orindia, Caleb Manning. EPC Pump System User Manual. Drafting Strategy, Architect Digest. I'll go with that. That sounds useful. I'm only allowed one. Although for law reasons, there are other ones there I'd be very interested in. Okay. You seem to be suggesting that I should walk that path? Why? Or create a path? I've just taken a screenshot, so we won't forget. Additional reading. The House Directory is a great resource for information. If you wish to read more about a specific room in your house, press RB to pull up the directory. That's going to be right bumper. Ooh, stairs. This is the first time we've been upstairs, I think. Mount Holly Records. Temporary records, total time 3 hours 18 minutes, total days 5, longest day 1 hour 22 minutes 8.2 seconds, average day 38 minutes 12.9 seconds. Resource records, dum-de-dum-de-dum. I don't think we need to read all that. Wait, what did that last one say? Billiard rooms 1, darts room solved 1, parlours drafted 3, parlours solved 1. Interesting. Scrapbook. The Baron of Mount Holly names nephew provisional heir. Well, we're his great nephew. Reddington Herald. So he was a baron. Okay, so he did have a title. He was nobility. We didn't know that before. Now we do. I can't use this to get through. Hang on. No, I can't see the combination on there, which is a shame. Could be November 5th. Let's see. So I was going to add to my notes about Herbert Sinclair, noting that he's a baron. And I should make a note about hang on, could I use a sledgehammer to get through there? I probably could. It said I could smash through padlocks using it. My favourite floor plans. Can't seem to ever pass it up. Security. Den. Most drafted. Den. Storeroom. Nook. Most paid for. Security. 3 gems. Passageway. 2 gems. Drawing room. 1 gem. Most time spent in security. Entrance hall. Dark room. Contraptions I've made. Maybe one day. Commissary. Open for sale. Most avoided floor plans. Commissary. Observatory. Maid's chamber. I think that is about the places I've been going, but I don't think it's very informative because I'm still learning the game, and I don't know why it thinks security is my favourite place. That's just probably the place where I spent the most time figuring out what we could do, if I had to guess. We'll use a key. Aquarium? Don't mind if I do. Aquarium is every colour of room. What does that even mean? Beautiful. What lovely fishies. Why do they have paintings on the inside of the tanks? That is a very interesting choice. Is there really nothing in here? Also, what is the significance of this being every colour of room? I noticed these green and red rooms before. I feel like there's some significance to that, but I don't know what it is yet. Last key. Courtyard. Can't make it. It has to be the maid's chamber. Or this one. No, it can't be that one because it has to be the maid's chamber. Am I stuck? I'm stuck. It's now impossible to complete this. That's annoying. Oh well. This looks like the spot. Now to find something to dig with. Oh, I see. That's how that works. Staff notice, the day we have all dreaded has finally arrived. It is with unprecedented sadness that we inform you of the death of our benefactor, employer and master, the Baron of Mount Holly, Herbert S. Sinclair. Any staff who have an interest in attending services may contact Mrs. Babbage for details. In the following instructions by the Baron himself, effective immediately, all work at Mount Holly is suspended. All living staff will have 1 month paid leave and must vacate the premises by Friday, November the 6th. Mrs. Babbage. Vacate by Friday, November 6th. So does that mean I have a month to figure this all out? Is that because it said 1 month paid vacation. Do I have, say, 30 days to do this? Oh, these are some of the people we saw in other pictures. If I was paying more attention, I'd be able to tell who they are. That's obviously one of the maids. That's another maid. That's probably Mary Marigold. Is that Daniel? The others I'm not so sure about, to be honest. Just take a screenshot of that. Just wondered if there was something in this pocket that was notable, but I don't think so. I guess I should start the day again. It seems like this isn't completable now, which is a shame. Seven red rooms, 7 bedrooms, total rooms 24, rank reached 6, steps taken 36, items found 2, new rooms 7. So I still don't have a good solution to the not getting stuck problem. I guess I'll pick the coat check, even though I have no intention of putting an item in there. Corridor. Looks good to me. Parlour or pantry? I'll go with parlour. We'll see if I can't solve the puzzle now I know the rules. Right, so one definitely true, one definitely false. And one which may be true or false. Oh, is that a magnifying glass I can take? Thank you. Not that I found the magnifying glass getting in the way a lot of the time, unfortunately. But still. Oh yeah, look at the window. I think what we can see is dependent upon where in the building we place it. Alright, what have we got? The gems are on the desk. That's clearly false. The gems are in this box. Could be true or false. The gems are on the floor. Clearly false. Well, that's false. That's false. So this must be true, and it says the gems are in this box, so... Thank you. What even would a yellow gem be? Let's put the den in. And let's do over here now rather than later. Nursery closet nook. And here's where we run into problems. When you draft a bedroom, gain 5. Okay, I'll do that. We've never been in the nursery before. Ooh, The Red Prince by Marion Marigold. There was a red prince who sat on a red throne. He had a red crown made of rubies, and a red castle made of stone. The prince had a love for all things red. It's the only true colour, the prince often said. He could not stand the sight of a canary or a crow. He could not stand the white of a swan in the snow. And he never looked up for fear of the view. It heard that the sky was not a red hue. So he always had a book to turn his eyes down, if he was ever outside when the clouds weren't around. And do you know which book the prince always had? The one that made him happy whenever he was sad? The story he had read in the bath and the bed, and maybe you can guess with the clues it have said. That we have said. It was a story of a boy who also wore red, and he looked like our prince from his toes to his head. And as you, my reader, might already assume, this book is quite near you. In fact, in the same room. A story about you, if it needs to be said, about a red prince and his book, the red book we just read. But the point at which that book was written, it couldn't possibly have been his favourite book already, so she was rather assuming that he'd enjoy it as much as he hopefully did. So are we the blue prince, whereas our brother was the red prince? I wonder. Oh, I've done it again. This is going to be a nightmare to completely fill. I'm thinking about the room that would be to the left of us. Oh well. It is what it is, I suppose. Right. We're in the den. I've forgotten what, if anything, we're looking for in the den. Oh, just some gems lying around in the middle of the room, as you do. The trunk is locked. I should check if I need a key to make another room from here before I wish it would tell you if a door's locked before you try to draft. Okay, that's okay then. Spare room, pantry, drawing room. None of which are good choices. I guess I'll make the pantry. And grab the stuff that's in it. And here? Security. That would be a good room to have over here. Right, and now I need to try and make my way back and fill out the rest of the rooms. Do I use the key here or not? No, we'll be coming back to security later anyway, I think. Will we? The problem is, what I'm effectively doing here is paying for knowledge. I'm giving up a key which I might desperately need later just to find out what's in here. Because it might be fantastic, it might be well worth it, it might be 10 keys. But how would I know? I'm going to pass up on it for now. I'm reluctant to do that, but I think it is the right choice. One trunk. Well, I'm glad I haven't missed any items yet. curiosity, what was that code we found earlier? Could that be the password? 9083. No. Fair enough. Exit. The password is, can I now use the magnifying glass to see it? Swan Song. Swan Song. Terminal password Swan Song. Terminal password Swan Song. Good. That is even more progress. Log into network. I don't know what the benefit, if anything, is going to be of getting into the network. Connecting to network. Staff services, remote terminal access, electronic mail, data transfers, glossary of terms. We'll go through all of them. Punch in and out. The service has been temporarily disabled. As of November 4th, all work has been suspended at Mount Holly, and all domestic staff have been placed on extended paid leave in accordance with the instructions left by the old man himself. See Mrs. Babbage for more details. Staff announcements. Saturday, no. I wonder if... I've just had a thought. I've been thinking about the fact that I'm learning things like passwords, which always seem to work. I wonder if not only do I have to restart at the beginning every day, but if I take more than a month, I wonder if I have to create a new game, and at that point, then passwords get re-randomized. Saturday, November 7th. I don't think anyone else has access to this network this month except you, Simon, so if you're reading this, just know we're all rooting for you. Your friends in faithful service. Blimey. Request schedule change. The service has been temporarily disabled. Okay. Special orders. If you'd like to get a specific brand of gum of your favorite fruit, the commissary is now taking special orders for all members of staff. Special orders take 1 to 3 days. Place a special order. Brass compass, magnifying glass, metal detector, running shoes, shovel, sleeping mask, sledgehammer. I'll take a shovel. Approve order. That assumes that I'm going to get the treasure map again, but you never know. The permissions of this terminal do not allow for access to the electronic mail account. Currently this feature can only be accessed via the terminal located in the office. Okay. Remote terminal access. It's possible to connect to other active terminals elsewhere on the estate using RTA. View active terminals. Offline. Okay. Data transfers. The data transfers from Synca are not currently available. Press enter to return to network. Glossary of terms. Adjoining, contraption. Why are some of these crossed out? Archived floor plan. Floor plans that are hidden from view after drafting archives are considered archived. Bedroom. One of the most common types of rooms, bedrooms are typically used for resting and regaining steps, and identified by the violet border of their floor plans. Oh, I didn't know that. Call it a day. Checked item. If on your estate you have drafted a code check, you may use it to check an item. This will allow you to retrieve that item on any day you have a code check on your estate. Well, yeah, but presumably then it's gone. It's not like I've made a way to infinitely spawn that item on subsequent playthroughs. Presumably I put it in and can take it out. Violet for bedrooms, orange for hallways, green for green rooms, yellow for shops, red for red rooms, blue for blueprints, default type. Interesting. Let me write all that down. Right. Violet for bedrooms. Orange for hallways. Green for green rooms. Yellow for shops. Red for red rooms. Blue for blueprints. Oh, I wonder if the significance of the aquarium being all colours is that when you get modifiers that say things like, oh, you gain this many steps when you enter this type of room or something like that, I wonder if it means it will trigger all those bonuses. Contraption. Workshop is a useful room in which you can experiment trying out different combinations of inventory items in an attempt to create new and unique contraptions. Dead end. A dead end is any room lacking a second doorway. If a room ever has additional doorways, it is not considered a dead end, even if those doorways are blocked. Directory. We know what that is. Drafting. Draft pool is a total collection of currently available floor plans from which they are drawn at the beginning of each draft. Draw. Right, I think we know all that. Oh. East wing. What is the east wing? The east wing rooms of the house are the 9 rooms that border the very right edge of the house. Okay, got it. Not the one... It's not east of the middle. It's the very eastern edge. Estate refers to all the explorable areas of Mount Holly, including the rooms currently drafted as well as the grounds. The house, on the other hand, is only referring to the current rooms as shown in the Mount Holly blueprint. Exhaust gems, glossary of terms. A feature on the network that you're now perusing, a list of words and architectural jargon that is intended to make simple the terms you will encounter on the estate. Entries marked question mark will become gradually revealed as you progress. Gold coins, currency with which you can purchase items and services from shop rooms on the estate. Grounds hallway history. As an architect, you may wish to view the previous layouts and room configurations from days past. This useful feature can be accessed from the system menu. Why? Why would I want to do that unless there's going to be effects from previous attempts? As in, the location of rooms prior will affect this playthrough. Mechanical. What does mechanical mean in this case? These rooms are often heavy in mechanics and often contain control systems that can interact with other elements on the estate. These rooms are marked by the symbol of a gear. Rank, rarity. Yeah, we know what a rank is. Whispers of a 10th rank. That'll be where the 36th room is. Redraw, red room, reset, security lock, shop, special floor plan, special items, spread. What's a spread? Items are randomly distributed across all rooms currently active on the estate. The more rooms in your house, the larger the spread. Tomorrow? Rooms that provide benefits in the future. Trunk, west wing. Marked with a clock symbol. Bordered to the very left edge. A small wooden chest often found in rooms always locked and usually containing a few items of interest. Right. Well, that was very interesting. Right, I need to try and go this way to fill stuff out, don't I? Chapel. I'm going to lose some money, but so be it. And since I'll be coming through here the other way as well. Can't remember if this is going to be a dead end or not. Oh, it is. That's annoying. I mucked up there. At least I got a second key. Coupon book. Save coins on each purchase you make in the estate. Has that always been there and I've just missed it every time? I'm more than a little worried that I'm not going to be able to do this now, but... well, we'll see. Boiler room. Has a gym requirement, but we can afford that. Right, let's go back for the trunk. because I now have 2 keys, so I'm not as worried. What have we got? A key? So we can get keys. The silver key. Unlocking a door with the silver key leads to a room with many doors. Ooh. What was that? Was that a gem? I'm not quite sure. We'll examine the boiler room in a second. Give me one moment. I need... my pen's run out. I need to grab a refill for it. Fortunately, knowing that I take lots of notes in games, I did actually buy a bunch of refills a while ago, so that shouldn't be a problem. How do I... it was stuck. I was trying to unscrew the pen and it wasn't cooperating for a second there, but I've got it now. Right, that's the refill. Insert it into the pen. I say the pen, I mean honestly the real refill kind of is the pen. The rest is just a casing that goes around it. Right, where were we? Boiler room. That's where we were. I suppose it's no surprise that I would run out of ink whilst playing Blueprints. I have no idea what this is doing. Is there any indication of what boiler rooms are for? Oops. A utility room serving as a central hub for controlling the heating and steam power supplied to various rooms of the estate. Steam power is conveyed in the estate through steam ducts that run through select rooms. These floor plans must be drafted in alignment that will facilitate the steam travelling through the house to reach its intended destination. Okay. So it will provide steam presumably in the same rank and the same column. So it's unlikely I'm going to be able to do that now. In that I haven't planned around this whatsoever because I didn't know this was a thing. Oh well. Wait. You don't mean to tell me that... Oh my goodness. This, I think, might be the first room. Yeah, we can't reach all the doors. It has 3 doors, but it's been designed in such a way that we have to... We can only possibly have access to 2 of the doors at a time. We have to enter from a particular angle to get access to the rest of the doors. Not a great choice, honestly. Yeah, this is getting harder and harder to do. We're getting farther and farther away from where we want to be. And this is game by the looks of it. Actually, maybe not. It's bad. I think I was wrong when I said it's game, though. Effective the first week of December, payroll for all live out and seasonal staff will be managed electronically, as your attendance will no longer be registered at morning roll call. It is doubly important that you do not fail to clock in and out at one of the electronic terminals. Okay, this is just telling them the password again. With, without. Profits rise without coal. The commissary will be closed from day 12 to 16. Sorry for any inconvenience. And we know that's not true. Huh. No minigame though. What's it say? Dirigi blocks? Blocks? Dirigi blocks. Huh. Can't play it though. Annual Maid's Day sale, 2 days only. All items up to 50% off. All staff welcome. Day 20 and 21. Mount Holly Commissary. So that probably is actually true. But how do I purchase anything here? Oh, that's how. Gem, salt shaker, sledgehammer, metal detector. Well, we can't afford anything anyway, so it doesn't matter. This door is locked. I'll use the normal key and hope for the best. And I've mucked up. That's game. I think that actually is game. This keeps happening to me and I don't know how to avoid it. Such a shame. What could I be doing better? Like in terms of my strategy here, trying not to get stuck, what could I be doing better? Well, we'll call it a day. Since it's now not possible to explore any further. I'm clearly doing something wrong. I just don't know what that is. Oops, I didn't actually mean to skip those statistics, but never mind. I was trying to speed them up because they were taking a moment to display. Day 7, so we've been here. Well, it'll be a week tomorrow. How do I... What is going to be the right strategy? Maybe I'm doing this backwards. Maybe I need to complete each rank first. I don't know, I'm just guessing. But maybe. Spare room's one of the more useless rooms, so let's just get that out of the deck. Yeah, why not the pantry? Or, pantry. Chapel. Get it out. Ah, could this be the key? When I'm in a room, make the other rooms before... Always completely fill out the adjacent rooms before I move on to the next room. At least that will maximize the information I have. Maybe I also strategically want to make dead ends like I have here. Yes! Okay, this is actually making more sense now. Because there are going to be rooms in the game that are dead ends, and they're going to be using up slots in the deck. If I preferentially tend to put down rooms which have lots of exits, those are the ones I'm going to run out of. Ooh, that's interesting. So I actually want to try and put down as many dead ends as I can, I think, just to get them out of the deck. I could be wrong in my logic there, but I think that's right. Right, I can't do a straight on here, which is unfortunate. We'll go with parlour. Right, this... Oh, I should have done the door over there, too late. The statement on the white box is true. There is a second wind-up key in this room. That's false, that's false. This box and the white box are both empty. How does that work? Ah, the magnifying glass is not always in here. Okay. The statement on the white box is true. There's a second wind-up key in this room. Is there any possibility that is true? I mean, on the face of it, that seems to be just false. But... well, the problem is that doesn't tell me... that doesn't give me any information about which box the stuff's in. We say that is false. The statement on the white box is true. But it's not. They're both false. This box and the white box are both empty. Oh, that must be true. Right, sorry, because a box with a false statement can obviously contain the gems. Those are two completely different things. Okay, that's false. This statement is false, that there is a second wind-up key in the room. This one, the statement on the white box is true, must be false because we know that the statement on the white box is false. So those two are false statements. This statement must be true, and this statement is this box and the white box are both empty. So that's empty, that's got the gems in. Right, I get it. Sorry, I was being a bit dumb there for a second. Wonderful. Right. Nook. Let's make a nook. Although it's going to cost me 2 more steps, I'm going back and I'm making this one now following the rule that I outlined before. Let's make the nursery dangerous though. Because I might... Although the nursery would be a great one to put down now, the danger is I could get stuck and it be impossible to finish. Whereas the corridor would at least always let me backtrack. I think that has to take priority. Right, that's been placed down. That's my safety net. Right, we need a door to the left. Sorry, the right. That is non-negotiable. It would be nice to have one to the left as well. Den. Perfect. Where's the darts board? Is that not in the den? Guess not. Right, down here. This would be a good spot for the nursery, but it's not been presented. Coat check. I mean, it's a dead end, so yes. Or lavatory. Either one of them is a dead end. I definitely want to get one of the dead ends out the way. Coat check's more common, so it's more likely to come up in the future. I don't know how big the deck is one of the things. I don't know whether... I don't know whether there's more than 45 rooms in the deck, so I don't know whether I'm bound to run into the... the lavatory in the future or not. Right, drawing room's nice because it lets me select it lets me get a free redraft if I don't get a good option. So here I want a door that goes forward and one to the right if possible. Keys for sale. Interesting. Not seen that one before. We'll go with the courtyard then. That's fine. We'll also, as I say, following this rule I've recently established, all bedrooms, interesting. We'll make sure we generate this one. Okay, library it's going to have to be. Not ideal, but that's the way it is. I'm trying to make sure I establish a way forwards is part of what I'm doing here. Is there anything to be picked up? Okay, let's keep going. Security is not what I would have preferred, but it's fine. Right, I've not missed anything, that's good. Which also means there's nothing in here. Or in there. Alright. I can't get through here yet. Which is a shame. It means I've only got one option in terms of where to progress. Which I'm not a fan of. But that's the way it is. Alright, we're in the library. Ah! Drafting strategy. Potential within. Gems, gems, gems. Planning your house. Top drafting combos. Making a connection. Tips and tricks. Words from the editor. The potential within. To the ambitious young architect, a fresh blueprint represents a world of boundless possibilities. When you're staring at a blank canvas, you have unlimited potential and ideas to explore. But with an abundance of options at your disposal, the architect can also become overwhelmed by the countless choices and decisions that need to be made. Should I draft a hallway or a closet? How many bedrooms do I need in my house? Is this passageway really worth 2 gems? All these questions can be compounded, adding layers of complexity and stress to the design process. That's why it's even more important to develop simple and effective strategies that you can employ while drafting a house to ensure a successful project outcome. In this volume of Architectural Digest, we aim to provide architects with some of those strategies and even assist them in developing their own. Gems, gems, gems. Every architect needs them. Although many architects employ different strategies when developing their house designs, most of them agree on one guiding principle: have gems whilst drafting. One of the most common ways architects draft themselves into a corner is by not having the resources they need when opening a new door. If you like the gems to consider all 3 presented options, you may be forced to draft a room you do not want. To avoid this predicament, focus on drafting rooms that grant you gems and prioritise acquiring gems as early in the day as you can. This approach is a surefire way to set yourself up for success. I'm going to start writing down my rules and their rules. Right, my current rules are prioritise dead ends, and always draft all adjoining rooms before leaving a room. There's our prioritize gems. Make sure you check for gems in the room you're in before clicking the door. I do this way too much. Think about saving some gems for emergencies. I try to only spend them if I really need a room. I will never draft a passageway on the first 5 ranks. It's a simple strat that has served me well. If you see gems for sale in any of the shops, buy them out. Do not pass up wine cellar, even if you're not thirsty. There's no such thing as too many gems. Okay. So sub-points. Check for gems thoroughly. Save gems for emergencies. Never draft passageway in first 5 ranks. What do you mean by passageway? Do you mean just like a corridor? If so, why? If you see gems for sale in any shops, buy them out. Buy out gems and don't pass up wine cellar. Hey Pikachu, lovely to see you again. I hope you had a restful nap. We're doing medium. We're doing mediocre. I've worked out a lot more of what we're doing. But I still haven't got my strategy properly down yet. Planning your house. When you begin drafting a house, it's important to start each day with a solid foundation. Draft early, ranks first. A very common mistake beginners make is drafting in a straight line north and ignoring the many unopened doors they have left behind in the entrance hall and the rooms of the early ranks. When these architects reach the higher ranks, they quickly discover they do not have enough keys or gems to continue. The day usually ends by returning to the lower ranks to draft the doors they skipped, only to find rooms and items they would have made all the difference if they had only been found earlier in the day. As the layout to the right demonstrates, even paths of rooms that snake through the house and does not go straight to a line can also be structurally weak if you're leaving lots of unopened doors on ranks behind you. By starting each day on a strong foundation of rooms on the early ranks, you'll have a much better chance of finding success when you eventually start heading further into the house. Top drafting combos. Another aspect to consider when planning your house is the order in which you draft rooms. For instance, if you draft Cloister before Terrace, you will be down 3 gems, but if you draft them in the reverse order, Cloister would be free. Identifying a synergistic pair of floor plans is an essential first step, but determining the optimal order for drafting these rooms provides you with an additional advantage, significantly improving your chances of success. I don't disagree, but I feel like a lot of this is down to luck, what you actually get offered. A foyer drafted before Great Hall would mean that all of the many doors would be unlocked. Okay. So, Terrace and Cloister. Foyer, then Great Hall. Drafting bunk room after nursery will give you extra 10 steps because it counts as 2 separate bedroom triggers. Oh, I see. Nursery, then bunk room. That's why it says it counts as 2 bedrooms, because it can trigger effects on bedrooms. You won't have to backtrack constantly to collect your gold spread from the office if you draw a conference room. Office, then conference room. But does the order actually matter in that case, or can you do them either way round? In fact, if anything, I feel like it's the other way round. You want the conference room first, don't you? Yeah, I think that's backwards. It's unclear whether you would get away with it. Office, then conference room, but it is clear that conference room, then office would work. The more items you have, the greater chance of being able to create a contraption in the workshop. Attic, then workshop. Making a connection. 2 pair combos aren't the form of room synergy. You'll find some floor plans only work by drafting other specific rooms. Oh, they aren't the only form of room synergy. These rooms aren't powerful on their own, but can become very useful when their connectivity is eventually discovered. The utility closet is a perfect example of this. It doesn't do anything by itself, but it can literally power up or down other rooms you've drafted in your house. Garage, power garage door and grants west path access. Dark room, turns lights on after blowing a fuse. Gymnasium, turns lights off to prevent step loss. Oh, that's interesting. Utility closet. Garage on. Dark room on. Gymnasium off. Apparently, we literally cannot resist working out once we enter the gymnasium. Other examples of connectivity. One of the more simple examples, her ladyship's chamber has synergy with Lady Epson's other 2 rooms, her boudoir and her walk-in closet. The boiler room connects ducts from room to room to run steam power to specific destinations in the house. Laboratory, garage, laundry room, furnace, and pump room all have uses for steam power. Speaking of pump room, this room controls the water level throughout rooms in the estate and can directly interact with the pool, aquarium, greenhouse, and kitchen, and several others located outside of the main house. Interesting. Okay. So Ladyship's chambers. Boudoir. And walk-in closet. That's one set. Boiler room. Laboratory. Garage. Laundry room. Furnace. Pump room. One, two, three. Pump room, the pool. The pool. Aquarium. Greenhouse. Kitchen. Outside. Stroke. The grounds. That's another set. Tips and tricks. In the kitchen, you can check which course is being served in the dining room that day. This will allow you the opportunity to rest specific rooms that will make the meal even more delicious. What? Garage. Besides counting as 2 bedrooms, bunk room also counts as 2 rooms. This will increase the amount of steps granted by the master bedroom, the amount of gold spread by the tomb, and the amount of keys found in the servants' quarters. Okay. Each time you solve a puzzle in the billiard room or parlour, the difficulty will increase slightly the next time you draft that room. Oh, that's interesting. Billiard room and parlour become harder. Just because you didn't find any items in a room when you first explored it, doesn't mean that will be the case the next time you draft it. The day after drafting Freezer, it enters an automatic cooldown freezing cycle, during which it cannot be drafted for the next 24 hours. Okay. Freezer. Only... Oh, Freezer on 1 day cooldown. That's a better way of putting it. On 1 day cooldown. If you're stuck or don't know what to do in a specific room, sometimes it's smart to move on. There are multiple ways to solve many of the challenges you'll come across, and there's a very good chance you'll find a piece of information down the road which may help. When in doubt, draft rooms you've never seen before. Even if you do not think the rooms seem very useful, they may still hold useful clues and information that may help you on your journey. Yeah, that's the old problem of paying for information. Like, often you're paying for something that isn't actually going to help you, but then you know what it does, and so it may be more beneficial on subsequent attempts. Word from the editor. Although this volume we have provided our readers... Word from the editor. Although with this volume we've provided our readers with many potential strategies and tricks to try, we here at Architectural Digest hope that aspiring architects know that there is truly... that there truly is no set blueprint for success. Forging your own path and coming up with your own unique strategies will, in our humble opinion, always provide the best results. Each architect has his own favourite room, each builder his own favourite tool, and thus each player in turn will have their own style of play and discover their own secrets and tricks that they can share with the world or keep to themselves. Whatever strategy you employ, we wish you the best of luck drafting and hope you build the house of your dreams. Excellent. Right. I think there's nothing more to be done here. Wow, that was such a long aside. I've actually lost my thread of thought in terms of exploring. Right, that's what we're doing. Okay. I can only see this going poorly, but I'll do my best. Yep, I'll use the key. Aquarium, boiler room, freezer. Freezer's a dead end, unfortunately. Gold and gem amounts will not reset at the end of the day, and they cannot be adjusted or used until tomorrow. That sounds awful. I mean, you could use it. You could use that to your advantage, but that's death to a particular playthrough. Like, that's just setting yourself up for next time. Guess it's got to be the whole way. Is it fun? It's alright. I'm reserving my judgment for now. This is a problem. So, I think that's game. Yep, that's game. We're stuck. That is a shame. What a pity. I may as well go back and build... Oh no, I can't even get through there yet. I was going to say there's like a door off the security room, but I can't even... I can't even build that because it's a keypad. Or there's a keypad there. Oh well, call it a day. That's a shame. So, day 8. Is this changing, or has it always been like that? Right. Storeroom, I guess. Corridor. I might come back for that. Yeah, I'll come back for that. I think I've only done about 12 days. I seem to be getting through the days quite quickly now. Aha. I thought there was items in this room. I just forgotten where. Oh, passageway's good. Oh, but I can't build it. Okay. Parlour then. Hello, Constance. It's lovely to see you. I hope you're having a good day. Lovely to see you as always. You're in the parlour. That's obviously true. This box is empty. The blue box is true. That's true. That's true. So that's false. So this is the gems in. Hello, manipulate everything. Oh, thank you for giving him a shout out. Good day, dear reader. Allow me to introduce you to Manipulate Everything, a streamer of considerable charm. Their broadcasts, while perhaps lacking in technical prowess, are replete with a delightful atmosphere of camaraderie and levity. One might even say they are 420 friendly in spirit, if not in practice. I don't know what that means. Do join them for a jolly good time, won't you? Courtyard, I think. West Wing Hall, I think. Yes! It's not a dead end. That's what I was afraid of. That's what I was afraid was going to happen. Alright, I'll take the keys. This may have been a mistake, but we'll have to see. Where are the keys? And what else do we have in here? Ooh. It does face out. Interesting. So this presumably has to be on one of the wings. This room. It did say there would be 3 keys in here. SWN. Oh, that's Swan Song. Why the repeated references to Swan Song, though? I feel dumb. Where are these keys? I don't know what that does. Keys? 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 Where do be the keys? 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 It says +3 keys. Entering and exiting out through the west-facing private drive, the garage serves as a more practical informal entrance point into the estate. But where are the keys? Christoph, This is the third time this month you and the car have been gone when your services were required. I don't care how long you have been driving for his lordship. Your absence must be accounted for. Mrs. Babbage. Keys? Keys? Where are you, Keys? 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 Oh, there. I'm blind. Oh, I'm so happy that I managed. This didn't end up with a dead end. I can actually complete this. Library, I guess. I kind of want to prioritize the dead ends, but in that case, I don't really want the breaker box to be there. That would have been annoying. I'm fine with a closet being here, though. Oh, a reroll die. That could save the game. If we're lucky. Well, if we're lucky, we won't need it. If we're slightly less lucky, but not super unlucky. Sightseer's Guide to Reddington, Andrew Dales, Swimbird, Marion Marigold, The Fixed Stars, Richard Witt, The History of Orindia, Caleb Manning, EPCW Pump System User Manual. Somehow I get the feeling that that's going to be useful in the future. I'll check up the top, make sure there's no items here. Part of the problem is I know that a lot of the rooms have places where items can optionally spawn, but I don't necessarily know where all those locations are. So for the time being, I have to come up here to check. Ooh, that's a very fetching view, isn't it? Don't usually get to see that. Oh, I do like that. And the forest off in the distance. Goodness. Right, so we're backtracking. Where are we going? I think we're going all the way back round to the corridor or drawing room. Certainly to the entrance hall. It's going to cost us quite a bit in steps, but I think that's just the way it is. We probably want to do the room off the closet first, I would have thought. Because that would be a good spot for a dead end. So I think it makes more sense to do that first. Yes, I think so. That did cost us a lot of steps. Fortunately, we can afford them right now, but... Office, opportunity to earn and spread coin, coat check, Nook. Coat check. Is that an item we can pick up? No, that's probably a bell to use the services of the coat check room, which I don't intend to do. Unfortunately, I do get the impression that to do really well at this game, you would have to start using things like the coat check room and the freezer to set things up really well for you on your next playthrough, and I don't like that. Oh, observatory would fit in very well here. And I don't think we've been here before. Before I move on, let's just do a double check of this room. We don't want to pass up anything of value. Drawing floor plans. Yeah, we've read that before a long time ago. Yeah, I don't think there's anything in here we've missed. Right. Thank goodness I did. I did spawn the room in the right way round. As in, like, this room had the exit on the side I thought it did. Broken lever. That might be to get into the antechamber. Wow. Interesting staircase. Very shallow incline. Oh, does it only have 2 positions? Okay. I kept clicking it thinking it mattered whether I clicked it on the left side or the right side, as if I was turning it one way or the other, but I don't think that's how this behaves. Okay. North Star, gain 1 gem. Sorry, 1 coin. Okay, interesting. I don't know what I expected, but I certainly wasn't expecting that. The Fixed Stars, The Stargazer's Companion to Constellations, by Richard Witt. Fen Ares, Birds and Sons Publishing, 1809. Preface. This book contains a complete star base, a list of constellations, and the observed effects that accompany the appearance of each one. Depending on the number of stars that can be seen in the sky or on any given day, different constellations of various sizes may be visible, sometimes more than one on a single day. This book, a solid base for astronomy, will help you easily identify these constellations, impress your friends and discover the joy of stargazing. North Star, +1 gold. The Twins, 2 trunks have been added to the entrance hall. What does that mean? I have no idea what that means. The Slice, +3 steps. Diamondus Minor, +1 gem. The Southern Cross, rooms with 4 doors are more common today. That would be fantastic. Farmer's Apple, apples are extra delicious today. Clavis, the key, +1 key. Diamondus Major, +5 gems. Draxus are dead. Dead end rooms are more common today. That would be awful. The Sale, everything is 50% off today. That's obviously a play on SAIL and SALE. Florealis, Bloom of the Sky. Green rooms are more likely to contain special flowers today. What does that mean? Anyway, every time we create this room, we get 1 more star, I believe. So... again, this is another example of game mechanics that is not Earth. That is another example of game mechanics which incentivize setting yourself up for subsequent runs. So you would say, right, this run I am only going to focus on doing things that are going to help me next run, and I know I'm not going to do it this time, which to be honest I'm not a fan of, but that's how the game seems to be designed. So far as I can tell, the map on here and the map on here are actually the same, even though that definitely is not the continent I know. I wonder what those little dotted lines are as well. Shipping routes? I wonder. Chapel. This is actually a good spot for the chapel, as it would happen. Nursery, gymnasium. That's a good spot for the gymnasium as well. Hopefully I don't have to come back there, but, you know, in case I do. Oh, I can't place a passageway. And neither the dark room or the den would be great choices. It's not worth a reroll yet, though. I'm going to put the dark room in, just to get it down, and I probably won't go in there. And we'll just go straight through here. Yes, use a key. Veranda. Can't afford it. Billiard room or nook. Neither of which is brilliant, to be honest. I'll go with the billiards room. Right, what was special about this room? Lose two steps whenever we enter this room, fine. Den or utility? Den. It's got to be den. Thank you. Nice if the next room could be the passageway, since I could actually afford it now. Oh yes, I will open the trunk with a key, since there's a good chance there'll be a key in there anyway. There is! Wonderful. That was very useful. Boudoir, bunk room, or commissary. I think it has to be the boudoir, so that we have a way to continue. Yeah. Alright, with that in mind, I'm going to end up paying a bunch of steps, but... Ooh, that was expensive, and it's going to be expensive going the other way as well. I think I may have made a mistake here. Never mind. Right, so 12. 4 plus 8 plus 7. 19. 11 minus 3 minus 2. That's going to be 6. 9 minus 7 is 2 times 10 is 20. 2 minus 1 is 1 times 13 is 13. That was easy enough. I just got 2 keys. Probably not worth the steps I've paid to get here, but it is what it is. Yeah, I am running perilously low on steps all of a sudden. I'm about to spend 3 more to go in there. Oh well. 'Tis the way it is. Right. We're in the boudoir. Wonderful. I am worried that this is the only way forwards now. Meaning, if I don't get a good choice of next room, we are in trouble. Fortunately, I do have a reroll available, but... You know, that's a valuable resource. Ooh, this just remains open now. That's nice. I don't have to solve it again. Passageway. Yes. It's expensive, but it gives us a lot of options. Well, in this case only 2, but still. Gives us options. Right, this way. Oh, that's a key card. That's annoying. I don't have security or breaker box down yet. This could be game if I'm unlucky. Drawing room or pool? Drawing room, I think. Sorry, dining room. Very different. I still think that's probably the better choice. It's a close thing, though. I may have made a mistake there. Goodness me, I have so much stuff now. So much so that were I to be offered the freezer next, even though it would be a death to this run, that probably would be the right call. But I haven't. Music room. 1 major key, 1 minor key. What does that even mean in this context? Oh well, I'll take it. On the face of it, it looks like I'm doing really quite a good job now, but I'm really not. I'm just one bad room draw away from losing this, because I only have 1 way forwards currently. If I could get the security and breaker rooms down, then I could open up another path. But that's 2 rooms for 1 path, and in all likelihood I'm going to have to choose the next rooms based on the directions we can move in, as opposed to anything else. Car keys. What? What do they do, though? Can I check? The only car left on the estate should be in the garage. How far back is that? How many steps? 1, 2, 3. Oh, it's a long way back, isn't it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Yeah, I don't have enough steps. It's a good point. I'm running out of steps. Oh, so I guess a minor key is any key in the game, and a major key is what is a key for a specific thing. Car keys for the car? Yeah, unfortunately, as I just established, Pikachu, I don't have enough steps to even get back to the garage right now. Is the unfortunate truth of the matter. Workshop would guarantee me a way forwards. Yeah, it'd have to be. We're running out of good options quickly, unfortunately. I'm sorry, Rob. I can't stay longer. Tomorrow morning we'll have to attend a job interview. I need to leave now. Take care. Oh, that's no problem at all. Thank you for coming, Jenny. I hope you enjoyed it. Hope the job interview goes well. You take care. G. Stone cut by hand and letters wrought do spell our secrets carved from thought. A message read is often lost among the bold words spoken soft. The note is read, the letter is not. Yeah, I never understood that. I wrote that down before. We got L. This time we've got G. Haven't solved that puzzle. I don't. The riddle has the riddle has defeated me up to this point. Oh, is this how I combine items? Sledgehammer, broken lever, coin purse, sledgehammer. None of that seems like a good idea. Bye and take care. Major and minor key in the music room. Exactly. Rumpus room. What is a rumpus room? Nook. Utility closet. I'll go with the nook. Yeah, I have to because I can't get the rumpus room. I don't have the gems. Conference room. Whenever items will be spread throughout the house, they are placed in this room instead. Yep, that's fine. To be fair, this hasn't gone too badly. I'm still desperate for more steps. That's probably what's going to get me. Oh no. Another key room. A key card room. That's no good. I need to re-roll here or I lose the game. Vault. Study. Archives. Has to be the archives. At least that gives me options. Oh, they all have notes here. I did not realise this. Can I read all of them? No. Only some of them. Strangely. Just this one? Just this one. Reminder, after meeting adjourns, take all conference notes and place them in the office safe. Oh well. So I'm not going to be able to see all the options anymore, which makes life difficult. Still, just have to do the best I can. Ooh, there's a possibility I can get to the antechamber. That would be nice. That would work. Oh, but I can't afford it. Guest bedroom would be extra steps. Oh, that's the wrong way anyway. Good. Glad I made that mistake. Oh, a keycard. That's useful. Okay. I don't know where I'll use that, but I'm glad I have that. Right. So, Blimey. Quite a good drawing, that. Right, in here. Aquarium. I can't afford it. Freezer. Nah. Oh. Take my chances. Is there nothing in here at all? No. Office bunk room. No benefit to putting the bunk room right now. Oh, but I have no choice. Okay. Is there anything in the bunk room? Yes, coins. Look at that little friend. Oh, a microscope. From my keys pretty quickly. And that's game. Oh no, it's not. It's not game because I do have the key card. Right. Passageway would be the ideal spot, I think. Since as long as I don't end up with only one dead end choice, I'm bound to be able to make some progress. The downside to that approach is that it takes more steps. But I think that's probably the right choice. I think we are going to lose, but I'm still going to give it my best shot. Oh, hang on. Loads more steps, of course. Blimey. What's for dinner? Country stew pie. Boiled chunk stew, layered and then baked to perfection. Topped with a mashed potato, parmesan cheese crust. Plus 20 steps. Plus an additional 10 steps if you have a boiler room in your house. I don't think we do, but still. That's a lot more steps, though. I forgot about this. Right. So, passageway. Freezer. Office. If I do the freezer, that's game over. But at least I would keep the gold for next time. None of those broken items were combinable. I don't know. Were they combinable? Office would take us in the wrong direction. This one I have no idea what it is. I'll risk this. What do I get? Weight room. That's going to half my steps, but it has a lot of exits. So there is that. How far am I off the room where I can combine items? Which room was that? The workshop. It would cost me 6 to go see it. That's not going to be worth it. Car key too. No. No. Oh my goodness. Pool. Kitchen. I don't have the gems for that. Whims of the game. Do I get out of here? Nope, we're done. I tried. Our luck run out in the end. Can I get back to the start? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Maybe. Indeed. I'm going to lose additional steps when I go through the gymnasium, so that won't work. That's a pity. Is there a room I can buy anything? There isn't, is there? Not that I can see. No. Can't even buy my way out of this. Even with 22 coins. I think that's it. This is what's going to cost us. Yep, it's the -2. If you can make it to the car, you can see what is available. There's no way I'm making it to the car. It's all the way over here, and I'd need to go through the entrance hall anyway. Wait, what did that say? Oh, well, I've mucked up anyway. Never mind. Nice room to finish off in anyway. Oh well. Best run yet. Oh, hang on. I have to click for it to advance. I was wondering if I could get the sledgehammer back to the padlock on the gate, because it said I could smash through padlocks with it. Total rooms 36, rank reached 9, steps taken 66, items found 6, new rooms 3. It would have been nice to have got the keys to the car though. But it would have also been nice to have reached the antechamber and see what was in there. It is explicitly stated that that's an objective. Anywho, I'd probably better wrap up there. thank you for joining me, everyone. I'll be streaming again on Wednesday, which will be more Dark Souls 3, and then Friday will be more of Blueprints. Let me see who's streaming right now. Who should I be raiding? We could raid partially Pasty Petunia, who's doing Dullmare, which I've never heard of before. But that should be... hopefully that'll be entertaining. What else do I have to say? So, I've said what my next streams are going to be. And next Monday will be more It Takes Two with Pikachu, probably followed by more Dark Souls 3. If my streaming schedule should change for any reason, then I'll announce it on social media, which currently means X, formerly known as Twitter, Blue Sky, Mastodon, and Meta Threads. I have some new people to thank. Just quickly checking. Negan is at the top of that list. Excellent. So then the two new people I need to thank today are Sire Gears 1995. Thank you for the follow, and thank you to Coyote Neon for the raid and the follow. I do appreciate it. Very kind of you. So yeah, as I said, if for any reason my streaming schedule should change, I'll announce it on social media and on our Discord server. Thank you for joining me, everyone. Thank you to everybody who kept me company in chat, and thank you to everybody who lurked. I appreciate each and every one of you. Genuinely, you're the reason that I do this. And let's get this raid underway. So we're raiding partially Pasty Petunia.